Stillman and Company, 1025, 1063, the game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville Studios. That's right, Bridgestone Arena, where the Predators take on the St. Louis Blues tonight on Jelly Roll Bobblehead Night. That's right. We're very, very excited. And we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. Jake is in for Ian today. Hello, Jake.
Hello, Jared. How are you?
Outstanding, but I am kind of pissed off, which is how we're going to start the show today. I am kind of pissed off with something that I didn't think that I would be pissed off about today. I think I've talked about how we do the show. You know, every day I wake up and I'm like, all right, what are we going to talk about? And I listen to Robbie and Joe, and I just started to get some ideas, and I listen to other stuff, and I think about what the big topics are going to be. And then I saw a tweet from TD, who, by the way, will be here at 4 o'clock for the Power Hour. I saw a tweet from TD in which he said that the Titans were going to make the light blue alternate uniforms their primary uniforms, and that the Titans were not going to wear the very, very popular Houston Oilers throwback jerseys this upcoming season. And I thought, what? Those ugly light blue jerseys? The ones they used to wear on Thursday Night Football against Jacksonville? Like, ew! And they're going to get rid of the Oiler uniforms? And then there was a whole Jim Wyatt article about Titan Blue, about how this magnificent alternate uniform that the Titans debuted in 2003, that the Titans made their primary uniform in 2008, that the Titans went back on as far as their primary uniform, went back to the Navy uniforms in 2015. But that this light blue uniform is now Titan Blue is the new color that they've made up. And oh, the fans love Titan Blue. It goes all the way back to our Oiler days. It goes all the way back to our Memphis days. It goes all the way back to... What? And as I saw this, I thought, is there anything that the Titans won't screw up nowadays? I said 2 days ago, I've got no confidence in this CEO, Burke Nihill, that the Titans have. Zero confidence. As the organization continues to get worse and worse and worse, every day removed they are from Steve Underwood's tenure as president of the team. Every day. And it becomes more fakakta every single year. Remember when they brought in Rand Carthon, and it was Rand and Vrabel, this shotgun marriage, it's going to work hand in hand. And I was like, no, it's not. And it didn't. And I said at the time, hey, clean house, start over, move on. Try to, you've got the opportunity to move on from the coach. You move on from the coach. You go get a general manager. You get the general manager to run the team. The general manager picks up. No. The Titans had a better way. They promoted their assistant general manager to president of football operations. They promoted their general manager to executive vice president, leaving all of this ambiguity as to who does what, hired a coach, and then a year later fired the general manager and promoted the general manager's old assistant general manager to the czar of football in a position that nobody else in the NFL has. And the Titans are the ones that look at us and they say, oh, this general manager job, it's too big for a traditional general manager. It's not too big for Howie Roseman, but it's too big for a general manager nowadays. Again, is there anything that Burke Nihill will oversee that he won't screw up? I am worried to death about sitting in the new stadium because I'm worried that the seats won't properly be installed because they'll probably fire the people that actually know how to put in the seats because they didn't hire them. The Titans introduced the light blue jerseys because Bud Adams loved that light blue. Floyd told me years ago, and again, I don't know what percentage Bud was Native American, but apparently Floyd told me that Bud loved the light blue because it was something about his Native American ancestry. Then in 2008, they made the light blue uniform the primary uniform, and I got to tell you, I think the light blue uniforms are hideous. Every time the Titans wear the light blue uniforms, I think, ugh. And they were so bad that they changed them back to Navy. And when they changed them back to Navy, I don't think anybody complained. Now they're changing back to the light blue, which I don't like. Now, some of you like that. Again, I don't know. I would love to know, what percentage. But they're changing back to the light blue as the primary. Woof. And they're getting rid of the Oiler throwbacks? What? Now, there is one line from the Jim Wyatt article that I actually did like, which I agree with, which he said there will be more consistency going forward with the uniforms, which, again, I agree. But what was wrong about the old days when it was navy up top, white on the bottom at home, and white up top and navy on the bottom on the road? And when it was sunny outside in September with the heat, they'd go white up top and white on the bottom. And then every now and then they'd go white on the bottom on the road. What was wrong with the way it's kind of always been, or the way it should be? And I hate how they keep messing with the pants, light blue pants, dark blue pants, white pants, green pants. I just think it's ridiculous. The light blue jerseys are atrocious. I'm sorry. I remember the day they debuted the new uniforms. And I don't really like the Navy helmet either, to be completely frank. But when they debuted the new uniforms, and I say, you know what, I can deal with this. I said, I don't really like that light blue, though. And the old man who was doing the show said, well, we'll just wear those on Thursday night against Jacksonville. And I said, okay, fair enough. Hot game in September, fine, wear the light blue. That's fine. Once or twice a year, I don't like it, that's fine. But let me tell you, again, what I found truly offensive in the Jim Wyatt article that announced this uniform change. This idea of Titan blue, this new color they're referring to, that light blue, that baby blue, that's not Titan blue. That's Oilers blue. And if you want to represent the Oilers blue, wear the Oiler uniforms that you can now wear. Wear them twice a year. Wear them 5 times a year. I don't give a rat's ass. But again, that's not Titan blue. That's Oiler blue. And when you tell me that that's Titan blue, you're just bullcrapping me. And this goes back again to Chad Brinker and Burke Nihill and the coup they have run on this organization. And maybe it's all Amy Adams Strunk, and she really is this terrible, and that Steve Underwood, for the 5 or 6 years that he was back in control, just kept her worst habits bottled up. But the Titans hierarchy simply can't get anything right. The things they need to change, they either half-ass them, like firing the general manager but promoting his top lieutenant, or keeping the head coach so that now when they draft a quarterback, they've got a head coach on the hot seat who they're going to fire. In year 2, they're going to have to teach a new coach or teach the quarterback a new coach's system. Or change the uniforms. Everything they do, they screw up. I mean, just think about it. Recently, they've pissed off a lot of the season ticket base with these really high PSL prices. I can't tell you how many people have told me they've been priced out of the new stadium. And I understand a new stadium's expensive and you need PSLs to help pay for it. And I get that. But at the same time, the people you're pricing out are the people that have been season ticket holders through a lot of horrendous football, a lot of it, that have supported the team, that now are like, I can just go watch at home. I'd rather do that. And there hasn't been really anything that the Titans have been able to sell to those people, which basically says, we don't care about you. And that's not very popular. They had an opportunity to replace Mike Keith, who, again, Mike Keith was more than a play-by-play broadcaster. Mike Keith was an ambassador of the franchise. And they had Jonathan Hutton right there, who had learned under Mike Keith, who had been a part of Titans radio for forever, for almost 20 years, going back to when he left 104 to go to Outkick. But they had Jonathan Hutton right there, a guy that gets the community, who the community knew. And instead they hired some sterile play-by-play guy off the SEC network because, again, their way, the way that never works, the Ran Carthon, Mike Vrabel will collaborate, it'll be great way, was better. They fire the incredibly the incredibly popular PR director for absolutely no reason other than he's not one of our guys and we want a dear leader, somebody in there that will just kiss everybody's tush. And those decisions like hiring Hutton or figuring out a way to work with the old school PSL owners and not just completely price them out of the stadium. Those are the easy decisions to make. You know, when you're playing a football game, it's you versus somebody else, and somebody else is trying to beat you. When you're pricing your stadium, you're not competing with anybody else. When you're hiring a play-by-play guy, you're not competing with anybody else. So they screw up the decisions that, again, are the easy ones. And they're the same people that make the big decisions that affect winning and losing on the field. Should the Titans' primary uniform be light blue? I don't think so. Should the Titans wear Oiler uniforms? Of course they should. It's one of the best throwbacks in the league. It's up there with the old Seahawks uniforms that they'll wear every now and then, the Kelly Green Eagles uniforms that they'll wear every now and then. Twice a year, wear the Oiler uniforms. It's not bad. But nope, Titans have to screw it up every single time. So think about this, again, when it comes to the hierarchy of the Titans. If they're going to screw up the easy decisions that anyone could get right, the ones that if my dad got hired today to be CEO of the Titans, he could get right, then how are these people going to be able to get the most important decisions right? Like head coach, quarterback, offensive line, offensive coordinator, you know, the ones that really do win and lose you games. Burke Nihill hired Rand Carthon, who slept in his office during the day and played Candy Crush, according to PK, in the meetings. Burke Nihill fired Mike Vrabel and replaced him with Brian Callahan. Burke Nihill hired Chad Brinker with zero qualification to run this football team. Being eighth in command in Green Bay, if he was even that, is not enough to be able to run an NFL franchise, especially with 2 years of terribleness as part of the Carthon administration. And yet they can't even get the freaking jerseys right. I feel bad for Cam Ward, and I'll tell you why. He's going to get paid a lot of money when he's drafted number 1 overall. But with these guys running the team, he doesn't have a chance. I feel bad for Brian Callahan, who signed up, you know, with an organization that was all smiley and singing Kumbaya and playing the banjo around the fire pit. And now his tush is on that fire pit. And I kind of feel bad for Mike Borgonzi, but not as much because he knew what he was signing up for. Like by that point, everybody knew the Titans were a train wreck. I had a friend text me today who said, light blue home jerseys, ... sell the team. Again, we can't force Amy Adams Strunk to sell the team. And I've never been one that's gotten up on my high horse and said, sell the team. Because I think, A, that's the easy thing to do. That's what fans always say. But B, she's not going to do that. If she wanted to sell the team, she would have sold it by now. She's not selling the team. But with the news we've gotten this weekend about the people that she employs that live here in town that run this football program, I can't disagree with the sentiment. It's bad. It's all bad. The uniforms are bad. The decision at play-by-play, probably bad. The fan apathy and anger towards this team, bad. The structure of how they're managing the football operation doesn't make any sense to anybody else, but it makes sense to them. Everything is bad. And as long as these guys are running it, they'll just keep doing it their way, the bad way. 615-737-1025 is the phone number, 615-737-1025. I actually thought I was going to start today's show talking about the trade packages for Cam Ward, and then I saw this light blue jerseys, and I was like, oh, God. Why? This is going to be Titan blue. No, that's Oiler blue. Titan blue. Give me a break. So there was one thing about this announcement Jim Wyatt wrote at the Titans website, the story. And there's about 8 different things that are in there that all equal one specific thing that truly pisses me off. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 for the game.
If you're over there and you've worked long term, I'd get your resume out and be scared to death. And I think he's got like slogans up on the wall and all of this stuff. I mean, I think he thinks it's a very good place to work. I think everybody that works there is scared to death the same way, ironically, that they were scared of Mike Vrabel. And Mike Vrabel was a buddy guy too. He's a great guy, right? Being around him. But I think you're scared of Mike Vrabel, like you get on the wrong side of Mike Vrabel and you were in trouble. And it's very much the same with Burke Nihill now.
Is there
and this may have started with somebody else. This may have started with Borgonzi, but Nihill has the power to protect them. But I'll say this other thing that I think is important, right? We're talking about people who I know did very good work. There are other people over there that I'm friendly with who do not do good work. What they do is kiss Amy Adams Strunk's ass very well, and they are untouchable.
Untouchable as long as you kiss the right ass over at St. Thomas Sports Park. So again, today, the thing that I am truly pissed off about, which I was not expecting to go at the Titans today. I wasn't. And then I saw that they're going to the light blue uniforms and they're getting rid of the Oiler throwbacks. And I said, these guys, every day, it's something new with these morons. And you heard what Paul said right there, where Paul was talking about, hey, under Berg Nihill, they have slogans on the wall that say, we're all in this together and culture this and culture that. And instead, everybody over there is scared to death of crossing the wrong person and getting fired. And that's what pissed me off today when I read the announcement, the story that Jim Wyatt wrote at the Titans website. For instance, in time, Jim Wyatt wrote, and I almost wonder if Jim Wyatt was blushing as he typed this, talking about the light blue uniforms. In time, it would be known as Titans Blue. Excuse me. Who calls that light blue Titan? Who calls that Titan Blue? Lie. And Jim Wyatt knows better too. But again, it's not about telling the truth. It's about kissing the tush, because that's what Burke Nihill and his crew, that's Chad Brinker, that's what they care about. Burke Nihill cites the fans as the reason the Titans are going to the Titan Blue uniforms. Lie. The fans like the Oiler uniforms. And guess what they're not going to wear this season? The Oiler uniforms. Joey, the equipment guy, used Steve McNair and Eddie George as guys who loved that uniform. There's a little line from the equipment manager in there that says, yeah, Steve McNair and Eddie George loved these uniforms, which is very convenient. But Joey Barranco was not the equipment manager when they introduced those uniforms in 2003. Haas, the employee that bled for that organization for 40 years, who Mike Vrabel fired, was. It's just such a convenient narrative. Hey, fans, we know this is going to be unpopular with at least some of you, probably most of you. But Steve McNair and Eddie George love those uniforms. And all of that lying goes back, or half-truths go back to what Paul was talking about, which is it feels like inside the walls at St. Thomas Sports Park, the Titans themselves, the people that make decisions for the Tennessee Titans, don't actually care anymore if you do your job and you do it well. They care if you kiss their tushes and play dear leader. And way too many people are doing that. Now, again, if you went to work every day and your choice was either kiss everybody's ass and tell them they're good at everything they do, or actually do your job, which one do you think would be more productive from a business standpoint? And football's the same way. You think that off-season of toxic positivity, you think that was Brian Callahan's invention or Rand Carthon's invention? No. They were doing all of that because, again, everybody wanted sunshine and rainbows all the time, even though everybody over there, the way Paul's describing it, they're scared to death. Especially the people that weren't hired by Chad Brinker or Burke Nihill, because they're going to get fired at some point because these guys only want their guys. Their guys, their team, their coaches, their uniforms, their PR directors, oh yeah. Again, your way got you Rand Carthon sleeping in his office, playing Candy Crush during the meetings, sleeping on the plane. But hey, they chose Rand Carthon over Mike Vrabel because Rand kissed their ass and Vrabel didn't. And again, I'm not saying that Vrabel should not have been fired. I'm just saying it didn't make any sense to keep one over the other. They kept Rand Carthon over Vrabel. Rand's falling asleep in his office. And they're keeping him over Vrabel. Because again, it doesn't matter if you're good at your job anymore with the Titans. It doesn't matter if you do your job. It just matters that you play ball their way. And that's disappointing. All right, let's go to phones because we got a lot of them. 615-737-1025. Let's go to Jack in Donaldson, who's going to kick us off today. Jack, thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. You go ahead.
Well, it's obvious that they really don't care about the fans very much. Just think of this. If I took out a home improvement loan to buy tickets for the new stadium, where's the parking plan? They're not going to have any parking while they're building this new one. They're not going to have any parking while they're tearing down the old one. And where is the list of satellite lots and shuttles and all the rest of it that anybody else would do? I ain't seen it.
They have
and
a
the
plan.
thing about it is,
just wait, it'll be a great one. Listen to them.
How much would you care about fans if your business every year goes to the mailbox and gets a $300 or $400 million head start right out of the mailbox from the league? We're just another revenue stream on the side.
I'm going to tell you what I really believe in regards to that, and thank you for your call. I don't disagree with that. You know, years ago, I used to, I'm a big talk radio guy. I'm a big sports talk radio guy, and I'm constantly doing analysis about this program and other programs. And I said, you know what the biggest strength when we were hosting Jared and the GM, and I still think it's the same way with this show today, but I thought one of the biggest strengths when we got started was even if we crapped on the Titans, or even if we crapped on the Predators, or even if we went after the local teams, you knew as a listener that we cared about the winning and the losing of those teams just as much as you do. That I'm as emotionally invested in the Titans being successful. That's why, again, they're going to draft Cam Ward number 1 overall. And I hope it works. I really do. I don't think it will, but I do because I care. I want the Predators to lose every game the rest of the year this year so that they can get that really high draft pick and they can get a franchise player, and I care. With all the people that they've let go over there at the Titans, they've let go of the people that actually care. And to me, it's they're just on the power trip and on the money train. Chad Brinker doesn't care about the Titans, but Chad Brinker wanted to be a general manager. There were 9 guys ahead of him in Green Bay, so he found somewhere that he could scam out, and he's done an incredible job of coming into the Titans. And whether he did this himself or not, he's found a fantastic way of not only jumping above the guy who was ahead of him. Like, not only has he done that, he jumped above the guy who hired him, but he's now in a position where if this thing goes sideways, they're going to blame the other guy. They're going to blame Borgonzi. I turn on the TV and I watch Adam Schefter and those guys, and they're like, well, this is a really important thing for general manager Mike Borgonzi, because general manager Mike Borgonzi, I had somebody in the NFL come up to me at the Super Bowl and tell me that's not a real GM job. Meanwhile, the Titans are telling everybody, including me, that it is a real GM job, but they don't tell the truth. So I do think there's something about these guys. They don't care about the Titans the way I care about the Titans or the way you care about the Titans. They care about building the Titans in their image. That's it. And I think there's a big difference between that. Again, what's more important to you? Doing your job or having your tush kissed? And over there right now, it's about having your butt kissed. 615-737-1025. We'll get to more of your phones on this. Plus, there is another thing that I hate admitting when I hate admitting when people that shouldn't win. And I'll explain what I mean by this. We'll do that coming up next. 615-737-1025. We will be giving away a pair of Preds tickets to the Saturday night game against Vegas coming up later today in the program. 615-737-1025. And this week's Nationals Best Deal is Boom Boss Pizza and Watch Bar. Just in time for the NCAA tournament, score half off a $30 gift card and enjoy their award-winning pizza and handcrafted beverages. Visit them in Nashville, Spring Hill, or Murfreesboro, and visit theGameNashville.com/deals now while supplies last.
The Oilers are coming back, and most of you aren't happy about it. The Tennessee Titans will wear Houston Oilers throwbacks for a home game next season. And on Monday, a writer for the Titans website suspects it will be against Houston. Now, after I mentioned that on Twitter, the reaction, as expected. Here's some responses. Give us our team name back. Another, I'm going to do a citizen's arrest on the Titans if they attempt this. This may be my favorite, though. Texans should respond at their next home game versus Tennessee by playing real country music. Tennessee hasn't worn an Oilers uniform since 2009, according to GridironUniforms.com. That season, the team went 1-2 while wearing them, including this 59-0 loss in the snow at New England. Houston loved that game.
Okay, that was a news report in Houston from 2 years ago when the Titans said, we're wearing our Oiler throwbacks and we're going to wear them against the Texans. Now, Jake, how long was that cut? I want to say that was what, 55 seconds?
Pretty good. Yeah, it was like 53, 54.
Okay, so 53-second cut right there. Do you realize that the news broadcasts get about a minute 30 for sports? Sometimes, if you're lucky, you'll get 2 minutes. But these people that do sports, it's like, all right, we go over to Johnny Joe in sports. And it's like, all right, we got 130. So we got this, 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 we got this. Andy, back to you. Now check the weather. And so they used a minute on that sports broadcast about how pissed the people of Houston were. And the complaining has not stopped for 2 years of Texan fans and that gorgeous Hannah McNair who owns the team and J.J. Watt and just all the bitching about the Titans wearing Oiler uniforms. And I kind of liked it, especially knowing the history between the Adams family and the city of Houston. And Amy Adams Strunk and the Titans are shelving the Oiler uniforms this year. And you want to know why they're shelving the Oiler uniforms? Not because, well, our fans don't want us to wear them. The fans love it when they wear the Oiler uniforms. The reason is because Amy was embarrassed twice by the fact that the Titans wore the Oiler uniforms against the Texans and got their butts kicked. That's why. I was looking for a cut. You know, what's a good cut to return on for a segment where I'm just going to say, congratulations to Hannah McNair. Boy, she has taken her tush out and rubbed your faces with it, talking about, they can have that, but we dominate them. And I'm like, oh, Hannah McNair, I hate you, but I love you so much too at the same time. But congratulations to her and congratulations to J.J. Watt and congratulations to the Texan fan base, because instead of building a better football team and wearing the Oiler throwbacks and giving it back to the Texans, the Titans are just, oh, no, we'll just put those in the closet so we don't get embarrassed anymore by wearing the Oiler throwbacks. Again, don't worry about what Houston thinks. Don't worry about how it feels to lose in them. Just build a good football team that you'll win with, and guess what? You can wear the Oiler throwbacks and you'll beat the crap out of them. I was talking to Derek and Willie about this before we jumped on the air, because Willie was like, I don't think that you guys wore the light blue jerseys, because we're talking about that Dear Leader story that Jim White had to write about how Steve McNair, how Joey in the equipment room said Steve McNair and Eddie George loved those light blue uniforms. And Willie was like, I don't think that you guys wore them. I was like, actually, and I do have an encyclopedic memory for whatever reason about things that don't matter. But in that, I remember there was a game against the Texans. The first year that the Titans wore the light blue alternate uniforms for the first time, they beat the Raiders in a rematch of the AFC title game on Sunday Night Football in week 1. And then probably like week 6 or 7. And this really launched McNair's MVP campaign that year. But they played the Texans. McNair threw for 400 yards and I think 4 touchdowns. And Derek caught like 3 of them. And they just beat the crap out of the Texans. Well, maybe go get good players and build the team and don't have general managers that sleep in their office, and you won't be embarrassed when you wear the Oiler uniforms. But nope. Instead, we got to make the ugly light blue uniforms the primary uniform, and we can't wear the uniform, the throwbacks that everybody wants to wear. Why? Because the owner gets embarrassed when the Texans come in here, kick that ass, and then do all those press conferences about, that's our team. My thing is, if I were the Titans and I had the history with the city of Houston and my dad and the city of Houston hated each other that much, I'd be like, screw you, I'm going to wear them more. But not around here. It's just tail between the legs. Just put them up in the closet. Maybe we'll dust them off one day. Who knows? One texter says they don't want to wear the Oiler uniforms because they're tired of getting beaten in the Oiler uniforms. Ding, 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 ding. Just build a better football team. Isn't it that easy? Just build a better football team. One texter says, how are we going to do away with the Oiler uniforms when Amy has always been big on honoring the history of the Oilers, especially for their homecoming? Is this because each time her ego wanted to wear them against the Texans and got their asses beat while wearing them? Is she waiting for them to get good before wearing them again? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that. Let's go to Roy, who's up next, 615-737-1025 on the uniforms. Roy, thank you for calling and waiting. Go ahead.
Just a terrible news. It's like, I mean, I know it's a jersey, but they made a big deal about it, 2 years ago with that big announcement on X and showing the whole drip on the jersey and the big reveal, and got me pumped up. I mean, I've been a Titans fan since, 97, since they came to Tennessee.
Sure.
And, I love the throwbacks. However, them taking that away and then letting us wear their color rush, because that's what I'm going to call it. I'm not going to call it Titans blue. Wearing it with that navy blue helmet, to me, it looks atrocious. I mean, I don't know the rules on helmets, but if you're going to do that, throw the white helmets in there with the navy, the Oiler Rush jerseys. I'll hang up and listen. I don't know. Terrible news. What's next? T-Rex going to disappear? Oh, terrible.
I mean, Mike Keith's gone. Yes. Again, they're gonna get a giant mascot that's gonna be the combination of Burke Nihill and Chad Brinker, and that thing's gonna be the new Titan mascot. They're gonna kick T-Rack out of there. And you know what? Maybe I jumped the gun on the Taylor Zarger thing. Maybe Burke and Chad will call the games together instead of Mike and just make the whole organization about them. But that's how it feels like. By the way, some people have texted in about this, and some people have tweeted me about this. And I am in full agreement. The navy blue helmet, and this is not what I'm upset about today, but the navy blue helmet sucks. I want to go on the record with every single one of you out there that does not like the navy blue helmet. The navy blue helmet sucks. Bring back the white helmet. If they had announced today that they were bringing back the white helmet, I'd have said, oh, wow, they finally got one right. Good for them. Josh texts into the text line and says, the light blue looks like if the color blue took a crap. Unbelievable. Some people are talking about Amy in this, saying that Amy's not, again, the report is that the Titans won't wear the Oiler uniforms this year, which is that Amy saying, well, we're going to suck this year, and I don't want to wear them while we suck. So then I'll bring them back when we get good. That would be kind of embarrassing, right? Like if that's the thinking behind it. 615-737-1025 here on our program, 615-737-1025. There was a report, speaking of the draft, there was a report from Adam Schefter yesterday that a lot of people were like, did you hear what Adam Schefter said? I want to get to that next because I don't believe it. We'll do that coming up. Stillman and Company here on the program, 1025 The Game, and Bavarian Beer House have teamed up to give away tickets to see Billy Idol and Joan Jett and the Blackhawks at Bridgestone Arena in the all-inclusive Eurostone Club on Saturday, May 17th. Tune in to Chase and Big Joe tomorrow during the 9 a.m. hour for the keyword to text in for your chance to win tickets. Bavarian Beer House, located at Opry Mills Mall. Enjoy traditional German beer, brats, giant pretzels, and more in their expansive beer hall and garden.
Here we go with the number 2 pick in Mel Kiper's Mock Draft 3.0. The Cleveland Browns select Abdul Carter, edge, Penn State. Mel, take me through the pick.
Well, people say, well, why would you take Abdul Carter when you have Myles Garrett? Why not? You need 2 of the wide nines. You need guys on both sides that can attack off the edge. Myles Garrett, hey, if he's doubled, Abdul Carter is going to wreak havoc, and quarterback's going to be in trouble when they play the Cleveland Browns. So you can say, well, take Travis Hunter, at corner, wide receiver, but passing on Carter, who is right there with Hunter as 1 and 1A on the top of the board, and you're Cleveland, and you got all these quarterbacks you got to deal with, you can say, well, I got to get a quarterback to match that. How about a pass rusher with Garrett to get after these quarterbacks? Remember when Houston, they had Carr, right? And they took Mario Williams. They didn't take Reggie Bush because they had to deal with Peyton Manning. So teams have always felt like, okay, it's one thing to have the quarterback, but we got to get after these quarterbacks. Abdul Carter is undeniably a great player. You can't argue that point. Okay, that's why I like Ursary a little bit more than people at Minnesota, because Ursary did a pretty good job against Abdul Carter. Other than that, he was unleashed and he was wreaking havoc, and he plays hard every snap, and he plays the run so well, bend, explosive off the edge. Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett in Cleveland is a nightmare.
Okay, that was Mel Kiper Jr., and there is some Abdul Carter news, which Abdul Carter is, after all that talk at the Combine about the stress reaction in the foot, Drew Rosenhaus said, but he'll work out at his pro day. And I said, he better if I'm going to take him. And now apparently Abdul Carter is not going to work out at his pro day. Surprise, surprise. But there was a report yesterday, Adam Schefter on NFL Live, there was a discussion being had about the Patriots signing Stephon Diggs, and if this was a sign that the Patriots would be able to take Abdul Carter at 4. And Adam Schefter said, and the quote is, the way this is shaking out to me, it looks like he's tracking to be a Cleveland Brown, talking about Abdul Carter. So the report is Adam Schefter is being told that the Cleveland Browns, if Cam Ward goes number 1 overall, the Cleveland Browns are going to take Abdul Carter with the 2nd overall pick. Now, I'm not here to tell you that that's impossible, and I'm not here to tell you that that would be crazy, but I am here to tell you that I don't buy it. And here's why I don't buy it. Because, number one, the owner of the Browns, Jimmy Haslam, just spent $40 million a year to keep a pass rusher. Number two, right now, their starting quarterback is Kenny Pickett. And number three, this is the time of year where teams start letting things out just to see how other people react. Where did the Titans go when it came towards the letting everybody in the league know that they're open for business? They went to Adam Schefter. And Adam Schefter had a report 2 days ago that said, while they really, really love Cam Ward, they're still listening. Now, it'll take an even better package in order to get Cam Ward, but they're still listening. The Titans planted that story with Schefter. They told Schefter that. Schefter's a reporter. His job is to report. They know that if they tell Schefter something, Schefter will put it out there and everybody will see it. So they want everyone to know that they're open for business. Why? Because they want everybody to call and they want to see what the best offer is going to be. Period. Why is Adam Schefter telling the Browns, or why are the Browns telling Adam Schefter that they want Abdul Carter? I remember 11 years ago. Again, I was just a pup at the time. I was 24. And I was doing the morning show in Louisville. And we were talking all the time about the draft because Teddy Bridgewater was in the mix, to be quarterback 1. There were 3 first-round quarterbacks in that class. Blake Bortles, who had played at UCF, which was in the same conference at the time as Louisville, Teddy Bridgewater, and Johnny Manziel. And Jay Glazer put out there and said that the Browns will not draft Johnny Manziel. And my partner at the time, Drew Diener, said to me, well, I mean, that means they're going to draft him. I said, what do you mean? I said, Jay Glazer. This is Jay Glazer. He goes, yeah, you always tell people you don't want to draft somebody, so then people won't try to jump you in order to draft them. So I don't exactly know what the reason Adam Schefter is saying the Browns are going to take Abdul Carter at number 2. I don't know what the Browns are trying to get out of this. I don't know if it's, hey, we're going to tell everybody we're going to take Abdul Carter because New England right now has Harold Landry as their best pass rusher, and New England's at 4, and New England's in this spot where if Shedeur Sanders doesn't go off the board, then New England is stuck having to take a Will Campbell or a Mason Graham or somebody like that, as opposed to Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. And so we want to make them sweat. We want to get them to pick up the phone to call us so that we can move back to 4 and we could take Jackson Dart, or we can move back to 4. And if Shedeur Sanders is there, we can take him. I don't know what the reasoning behind this is. But the one thing that I do know is I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Especially after Cleveland had a private workout yesterday with Cam Ward. It is reported that Cam Ward is not doing a private workout with anybody except for Cleveland and Tennessee, which I do find interesting. And the fact that the Browns are paying Myles Garrett all that money. Now, I understand. Hey, Mel Kiper's like, imagine if you had Myles Garrett on one side, you got Abdul Carter on the other side. Just imagine how good that's going to be. Well, great. Who's playing quarterback? Nobody? I don't buy it. 615-737-1025, which is the phone number, 615-737-1025. When it comes to Cam Ward, I think we're all of the mind that it's either Cam Ward at number 1 or trade out. But what is a trade out actually worth? Well, we found out today what it looks like the Titans might be looking for. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106 for the game. Stillman and Company, 1025, 1063, the game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. We are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. And, of course, again, we're live at Bridgestone Arena where the Predators take on the St. Louis Blues tonight on Jelly Roll Night here at Bridgestone Arena. So, Charles Robinson was on Robbie and Retro today, as he is every Thursday at 8 o'clock. And Charles Robinson was talking about the Giants adding Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and what it means. And Charles said that he still wouldn't rule out the Giants with the third overall pick of drafting a quarterback. But he did mention what he hears the price might be for the Giants. As much talk as we've done about trading out, what the price might be for the Giants to move from 3 to number 1 to draft Cam Ward. Here's what Charles said.
I don't see the Giants moving from 3 to 1 for anything less than 3 first-round picks or something of that nature, something of that value when you add up all the assets.
Okay, you heard right there. 3 first-round picks or something of that value. For instance, if the Giants were to offer Malik Neighbors, that would count as a first-round pick, right? I mean, I think we can all agree Malik Neighbors is legit. And if we were wanting 3 first-round picks and the Giants said, we'll give you 3, next year's 1, and Malik Neighbors, I think we could all say, okay, check, make the deal. 3 first-rounders. Now, immediately, as soon as I heard that, I put it out on Twitter, and people were like, no, they're not going to do, no, the Giants fans especially, we don't want him that bad. Titans fans were like, see, Giants fans, this is what it'll take. Somebody said, do you think they don't love Cam Ward now, Jared? Like, all right, easy. Let's say that. Today, the price is 3 first-round picks. Now, what that tells me is that the actual price is not really 3 first-round picks. It's probably less than that because the Titans are saying, hey, if we move out of this pick, this is what we really want, but here's what we'd be willing to take. It's like going into a negotiation. If you go into a negotiation, you say you want $10 million, you really know deep down inside, I think I can get 7. It's like putting your house on the market. Every now and then somebody will want your house so bad they'll pay above market. But for the most part, you put your house on the market for $850,000. There's a chance you're getting an offer, for $826,000. How do you feel about that? So what would that really be? Again, 3 first-round picks or their equivalent. And remember, the Panthers moved from 9 to 1 2 years ago in a better draft with more quarterbacks available to them for DJ Moore, 2 first-rounders, and 2 second-rounders. So that asking price that Charles Robinson threw out there to move from 3 to 1, 3 first-rounders, is absolutely absurd. The Titans know the Giants are not going to offer 3 first-rounders in exchange to move up 2 slots to draft Cam Ward, who does not profile as a franchise quarterback. But here's the thing that I almost say anytime I see a report of what it would take for the Titans to move that pick. If the Titans loved Cam Ward, there wouldn't even be a price, much less 3 first-rounders. There wasn't a price for Caleb Williams last year. There wasn't you called the Bears, they wouldn't even answer the phone. There wasn't a price for Joe Burrow in 2020. Trust me, the Dolphins wanted to know. The Dolphins had 3 first-rounders in the 2020 draft. They had tons of ammo. 3 first-rounders. I don't know if they had the Texans first in 21. I'd have to go back and look it up. I think they might have. 3 first-rounders. They still had extra picks from the Tunsil trade and the other trades they made tearing their team down. And they still couldn't get Cincinnati on the phone for Joe Burrow. And if you couldn't get that for Joe Burrow, you're definitely not getting that for Trevor Lawrence. I mean, Trevor Lawrence was viewed as a better prospect coming out. He was viewed as a generational talent. But you know what's crazy? Not only are you not getting that for Trevor Lawrence, you're not getting that for Zach Wilson. San Francisco traded 3 first-round picks to move from 12 to 3 in that draft And what they said at the time was it came the day of Zach Wilson's pro day. And what was said at the time was Shanahan's got two guys he likes, and one of them Zach Wilson. So if the team picking it too, if the Jets had decided that they didn't want Zach Wilson and they wanted Trey Lance or they wanted Mac Jones, which is, it's been reported that Kyle Shanahan really wanted Mac Jones and then he panicked and he drafted Trey Lance. But if they really wanted Trey Lance and the Jets drafted him, well, they would have been okay picking Zach Wilson. But again, they called the Jets, asked to get to number 2, and the Jets said, yeah, now we're going with Zach Wilson. So again, every time I hear this, every time I hear Adam Schefter report, Tennessee really likes Ward and they're okay with picking Ward, but they're still listening. I'm like, that's a sign that they don't love Cam Ward. When I hear Charles Robinson say, hey, it would cost 3 first-round picks to move from 3 to 1, I think they really don't love Cam Ward. They're moving into a new stadium, okay? You know what sells tickets in a new stadium? Teams that win. And do you want to know the teams that win the most? The teams that draft the best quarterbacks. Baltimore drafted a franchise quarterback. They win a lot. Kansas City drafted a franchise quarterback. Buffalo drafted a franchise quarterback. Cincinnati has a franchise quarterback. Houston has a franchise quarterback. Those teams have franchise quarterbacks. You want that when you move into a new stadium because everybody that you're asking $30,000 a season ticket for is going to say, well, at least I'm buying tickets to go see this great franchise quarterback. The Titans don't even think Cam Ward is that great of a franchise quarterback, or else they wouldn't be asking for 3 first-round picks in return. They just would say, we're not interested. There would be no chatter. And so when I keep seeing this, and I keep seeing a report every day, there's a new report. Now we know what the Titans are telling the Giants today that it would cost. And I'm sure they're telling Cleveland something similar. But every day that we see this, every day I'm like, yeah, this is probably more evidence that maybe they like Cam Ward. Maybe they think there's a chance with Cam Ward, but they don't love Cam Ward. Think about this. A couple of years ago, they loved C.J. Stroud, and they were willing to move heaven and earth to get up to number 3 with Arizona in order to take C.J. Stroud. Houston loved Will Anderson, and they loved C.J. Stroud, but they actually liked Anderson more than they liked Stroud. Houston knew that Arizona coveted Anderson. So Houston knew if we take Stroud, we lose Anderson, and they loved him. They were going to take Will Anderson and then hope that they could trade back up to get C.J. Stroud. But once they caught wind that somebody else was willing to make a move, Houston just decided, you know what? We're not losing the quarterback we want. We're not losing the guy we like, the guy we love at quarterback. We're not doing it. And they risked Will Anderson in order to draft C.J. Stroud because they loved him. Because they didn't think Anthony Richardson, they didn't think Will Levis, they didn't think those guys would be worth it. They thought Stroud would be worth giving up Anderson for, a guy they loved. The Titans, again, they're telling everybody, hey, if you knock our socks off, we'll deal them. Cincinnati's not knocking your socks. Cincinnati's not trading you Joe Burrow no matter how much you knock their socks off. Kansas City's not trading Mahomes. Chicago wasn't trading Caleb. Jacksonville wasn't trading Trevor. The Jets weren't trading Zach Wilson. So again, Charles Robinson says 3 first-round picks or the equivalent in order to move back to number 3. Here's what I really wonder, though. How many of you out there that are on the Cam Ward train would do 3 first-rounders to move back to 3? Because if you would, then you don't love them that much. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. I know it sounds crazy to say to move from 1 to 3, it's 3 first-round picks. I know that sounds nuts. But it's really not that crazy, and it's really not something that the Giants haven't shown in the past they'd be willing to do. So now the question is, how much do they love Cam Ward? We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Now, how does this impact the Giants quarterback room going forward with the draft? It really doesn't. They have Jameis Winston, they have Russell Wilson, and if the right quarterback is there at number 3, or they can trade up, they would not hesitate and secure the long-term future of this franchise. But it would have to be the right quarterback. And I don't know whether that's Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, or whether they would even take Shedeur Sanders at 3. But if one of those quarterbacks, clearly they like Cam Ward, if he were available and they could get him, I don't think they'd hesitate at all in taking him and securing the long-term future of this team.
Okay, that was Adam Schefter. Again, after they signed Russell Wilson, after they've signed Jameis Winston, Schefter's still telling you if they can get Cam Ward, they'll take Cam Ward with the Giants at 3. So Charles Robinson said this morning on Robbie and Rexro that it would take 3 first-rounders or the equivalent in order to get the Giants to move from number 3 to number 1. And I've said this, look, if you loved Cam Ward, you wouldn't be interested. Cincinnati would not have dealt Joe Burrow for 3 first-round picks. And I'm talking about when he was a prospect. Jacksonville would not have dealt. They would not have dealt Trevor Lawrence for 3 first-round picks. The reason the Dolphins at 3 made the move in 2021 is because they had drafted Tua in the first round the year before. So if you love the quarterback, you don't even have these discussions. You don't go to Adam Schefter and say, hey, we really like Cam Ward, but we'll do this. So again, let's use the Charles Robinson report. And let's use what we know of the Giants. Again, Schefter says Russell and Jameis don't change any of this. 3 first-rounders. That sounds crazy, right? 3 first-rounders. But the Giants could, according to the draft trade chart, offer the equivalent of 3 first-round picks by offering this package. Number 3, their first-rounder next year, number 34 in the second round, number 65 in the third round. They do have a third-round pick in the 90s. They probably would try to trade you the third-rounder in the 90s as opposed to the third-rounder at 65, but the third-rounder at 65 and a second-round pick in 2027. So think about that. 3, next year's 1, 34, 65, and 2027 second-rounder. Now, the way I view it, because I don't love Cam Ward, the way I view it is that's a grand slam. If the Titans make that trade and they pick up a 1, 2, 3 this year, a 1 next year, and a 2 years down the road from now, unbelievable trade. I would do it in a heartbeat. I wouldn't do it if I absolutely loved the quarterback I was going to take. I didn't like Kyler Murray coming out. If I had had that pick that had been offered, I'd have driven Kyler to New York. There are some other quarterbacks I've really liked who, I'm not sure I'd even do that. But here's what's crazy. I believe the Giants would have made that trade for Drake May last year. In fact, go back to the phone call. This is the phone call. We saw it on Hard Knocks. You can't really hear Elliott Wolf. We played this last week, but you can't really hear Elliott Wolf, the Patriots vice president of player personnel, but you can hear Joe Shane, the general manager of the Giants, offering the package for Drake May, or at least kind of trying to play footsie as far as offering the package. Play the cut.
What's up, buddy? Good. I turned my TV on like 10 minutes ago and I just looked up. I got Dr. Phil on in my office. That's Dr. Phil. It's probably, oh no, I'm just saying a couple of weeks of just going through 9,000 scenarios in my head. I could use a Dr. Phil right now. So what's going on? You guys still listening, or you guys make a decision? What are you thinking?
I think we're pretty happy with being in there sitting here thinking.
Okay.
But if you it's like 1, 2, 3 this year, 1, 2 next, exaggerating.
So, but I mean, it's gonna be something crazy like that.
It would probably have to be pretty significant.
Okay, so like a 1 this year, or not that obviously it'd be 6 this year, a 1 next year, and then something more this year is not going to do it. It's got to be multiples in 25.
Just we're in this situation where we just probably sit pick a quarterback,
Okay. All right. Well, if anything changes and you wanted to add something on that to take a swing, let me know. But that's, just again looking at it and 3 spots and all that stuff. I understand too, but
yeah, I know. Just if being a quarterback, like
yeah,
like calling it in right now, you know.
right. Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I'd say it's not a unique situation, but it's a situation that we're in.
Yep. Yeah, and that's where I just wanted to. I know the boat you're in, and I had to make it. I was trying to make it attractive. So, it's.
You know, your communication has been good, probably better than mine. So.
No. I mean, hey, you're doing your thing. So, if anything changes, give me a holler. If not, we should. Best of luck tonight. All right, buddy. Take care. All right, bye.
So right there, he's telling you he would have done the package for Drake May. He said, hey, so what do we have to do in order? So if we move, we give you a 1 this year and a 1 next year. And then can there be more this year? Or does it have to be multiples in 25? And Elliott Wolf said, well, yeah, the spot that we're in, because we don't have a quarterback, that's probably what we're going to do. And you can hear Joe Schoen be like, are you sure? Now, let's go to the current conundrum that the Giants are in. Last year, the Giants had Daniel Jones at quarterback. They don't have Daniel Jones at quarterback this year. They got Jameis and Russell, and their contracts say they don't really want either of them either. Number 2, Joe Schoen's on the hot seat. If this doesn't work out, and he doesn't show that they found the answer in New York at the end of this season, probably after the second month of the season, he's gone. And he knows it. And everybody else knows it too. And number 3, my trade is exactly almost within the parameters of what he was trying to set up last year, which was, again, they wanted to do the first rounder in the next year's draft. They were willing to give that up. I want the first rounder in next year's draft. They were willing to trade extra picks this year. Where Joe Schoen got scared away was the multiples in 25. Well, other than the 2026 one, I'm not asking for a 2026 draft pick. I'm asking for a second rounder in 2027. Joe Schoen knows that it's not very likely if he doesn't get the quarterback he wants, it's not very likely he's even going to be the general manager in 2027. So what's he give a rat's ass about that second round pick? I'd much rather get Cam Ward, save my job, and then sit there in 2027 and say, darn, I wish I had the 43rd pick in the draft. Then, have some other schmo be the one making the pick. They'd have done that for Drake May. They would have done a 1 this year, a 1 next year, a 2 and a 3, and a future second 2 years down the road. They would have done that last year for Drake May. And the other thing is, they have a pick in the 90s in the 3rd round. They have 2 third-rounders this year. That's important because if you're the Giants, you're basically telling everyone, you know what? We traded a first-rounder and a second-rounder in order to move up because they get the first rounder, the number 1 for Cam Ward. But so we traded an extra first rounder and an extra second rounder to get our quarterback, and we're still picking in the 3rd round. They'd be so elated in New York that they have a quarterback that they wouldn't even be, they'd understand, yeah, we're not picking in round 2, but that's okay. We're still picking in round 3 because, again, they have 2 third-round picks, and I'm not asking for both third-rounders. That, I think, is a fair package. In fact, I think it's probably more than fair because I don't think Cam Ward's that good. But that's the package. Again, 1, 2, 3 this year, which they would have been willing to do last year. 1 next year, which they would have been willing to do last year. And again, I'm asking for a second in 2027. You won't even be making that pick, Joe. You're going to let a second in 2027 be what keeps you from getting the quarterback you want? But they would do that for Drake May. I don't know if they'll do that for Cam Ward. And that's the problem. Because if Drake May was on the board as a prospect, there would be no conversation. There wouldn't be one. I'd be taking Drake May number 1, and he'd be the future of the Titans. But I don't think that Drake May is as good of a prospect. Excuse me, I don't think Cam Ward is as good of a prospect as Drake May. And everybody else around the NFL, at least what they're saying is they don't think it either. Now remember, that call happened the night of the draft. As you could tell at the end of it when Joe Schoen said, good luck tonight. Which makes me think that maybe the Titans are holding out hope that the closer they get to the draft, the more the Giants will panic. I think, again, it's a package you could convince the Giants of. 2 first-rounders, a second this year, one of the 2/3. The question is, of course, the Giants are going to come back and they're going to say, okay, we'll do number 3 and we'll do our first next year. Let's do the 2/3 instead of the second. Would you be willing to do that? I don't know. Would you be willing to do the second, third-round pick in the 90s as opposed to the one at 65? I think I would be willing to do that, though I really would want pick 65. And then if you're the Titans, you're saying, we're picking a number 3, plus we got the Giants first-rounder next year, plus we've got our own first-rounder next year, plus we've got 2 seconds, we've got a third now that we gave away for L'Jarius Sneed, and we got a second down the road, which adds those top 100 picks. But they would have made that trade. That trade I just suggested, they would have made that last year. The question is, do they like this quarterback or are as desperate for this quarterback as they were for that quarterback last year? I don't know the answer. 615-737-1025. We're to your phones. 615-737-1025. Cam Ward did work out yesterday for the Browns. And the Browns, I think, are keeping an eye on Cam Ward. The same way the Giants, as Adam Schefter said, they're keeping an eye on Cam Ward. I think there's something to be said about this because I think there's one thing in particular that the Titans desperately want. And I desperately want it too. We'll do that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106 for the game.
I saw this yesterday from Shefty, and it conflicts with a conclusion you and I had reached a little bit.
Right.
Listen to this. Tennessee will hold an additional private workout with potential number 1 overall pick Cam Ward. The Titans have become increasingly impressed with Ward, and while they are expected to listen to offers for the number 1 overall pick, it would now take an even stronger package to acquire the draft's top selection. That reporting conflicts with our belief that Titans are just in hang up the phone, go screw yourself, this guy isn't available mode. It sounds like they're still willing to be blown away by an offer for Cam Ward.
That was Mike Florio. Again, he gets it. In the NFL, when you are dead set at taking a quarterback number 1 and you don't even answer the phone. That's why, again, Andrew texts in. Our phone line is driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com and says, Jared, I think you are reading a little too much into this. The Titans are very likely sold on Cam Ward and like him very much. What does it hurt for them to hear out other teams? Even if they love him, there is always a price to everything. Are you trying to tell me that if a team offered 10 first-round picks for the next 10 years last year to Chicago, that the Bears wouldn't have accepted that offer? Of course they would have, even though it's not remotely realistic. Again, there's no harm in the Titans listening to offers they might get. Just an incredibly crazy offer that they can't refuse. Doesn't mean that they don't love Cam Ward, which I'm sure many of you are thinking, which is, who cares? I mean, I don't know about you. I'm not looking to sell my house. If somebody called me today and said, I'll give you $3 million for your house, it's yours. Like, here you go. And Lindsay and Jackson and I will find somewhere else to go. But we will do it. And we will be happy to do that. I understand that. That's not how this works in the NFL. Again, when you're drafting a quarterback number 1, or in the case of Washington last year, number 2, or New England number 3 with Drake May, when you look at a quarterback prospect and you're like, this guy is the end-all be-all, you don't trade him. Because would you think there's a package on the planet that you could put together for Mahomes? The answer is no. And I also think it's illegal. I don't think that you can trade. I think you can only trade 3 years out. So I think you can only trade 25, 26, 27. I don't think you could trade picks in like 28, 20. This ain't the NBA where it's like, that's an unprotected pick in 2025, but it'll be protected and it'll be unprotected by 2029. So, there are guys that have been retired for 7 years and their trade picks are still getting traded or whatever. But again, Cincinnati, the Dolphins wanted to move up to Cincinnati and pick up the phone. Jacksonville didn't pick up the phone. The Jets, again, San Francisco traded 3 number 1s. The Jets weren't interested in talking. They were going to take Zach Wilson because you think you're taking Mahomes. You think you're taking the next great quarterback. And what it tells me is the Titans don't think Cam Ward's going to be the next great quarterback. So that's why they're still looking to make the trade. So I don't think I'm reading too much into this. I understand how this works. You don't. One texter says, if you're saying this about Cam Ward and say we are picking him, why would the Titans pick him? I think the Titans are in a spot where this is how I would feel about it if I was the general manager. I see the potential for Cam Ward to be good. Now, potential is French for not good enough. But I do see the potential for Cam Ward to be good. I wouldn't risk my career on that potential, but there's legitimate potential there. I'd have to have the owner's blessing that she could tell me, all right, if you do this and it doesn't work out, we're going to take Cam Ward number 1. If you do this and it doesn't work out, I'm not holding it against you. I recognize this is a bad draft. I recognize there's not a lot of high-end players. The best player in this draft, talent-wise, might be hurt. The second best player is a corner. The third best player is a running back. There's not a lot of sure things. The best tackle in this draft has guard arms. The best receiver in this draft plays corner. The second best receiver in this draft ran a 4.55. It's not a good draft. So I can see the Titans looking for somebody to give them that great package to move off of Ward, and nobody willing to do it. So, all right, let's take a shot at it. But if I'm the GM, don't hold me to that. Josh from Columbia says, I would take 2 first-rounders and a multi-pack of picks that equals a first-rounder. The house analogy is 100%. This team needs depth. I don't know what that means for the answer of who the quarterback is going to be. Maybe they are done with the sunshine pumping and know this is going to be a year or two process, but I'm honestly preparing myself for the fact that we're probably going to suck this year. I'm not in love with any of the quarterback options in the draft. However, I don't think I'll be that upset if they do take a quarterback first overall. Again, I'm talking about if I was in their shoes. Like, you and I look at it like, hey, take the quarterback in the first with the first pick. If it doesn't work, then 3 years from now, they'll be in the same boat and they'll be. But if I'm Chad Brinker and Mike Borgonzi and everybody else, I'm like, if I screw this up, I'm fired. And so I don't want to make that pick and get myself fired. Boy, a lot of people are saying that if I went to the owner and hey, if I do this, you gotta. One texter says, this owner has zero understanding. Another texter says, no owner is going to listen to that. I do think there will be an owner out there who listens to that. When it comes to making the decision at quarterback, like, again, I know that we talk about, well, is it Brinker? Is it Borgonzi? If Borgonzi wants somebody, but Brinker doesn't want him, I've been told Brinker will let Borgonzi make that pick. That if that's the case, then Borgonzi will get who he wants. I don't know if I believe it because, again, with the Titans, I don't trust a lot of anything that they say or do or, give us the impression of. I just don't believe. But when it comes to the quarterback and star players and big contracts, the owner is always involved. Even the Joe Shane, Saquon Barkley, John Mara was involved in the Saquon thing. He basically said, hey, if you want to do it your way, you'll do it your way, but it'll kill me if he goes to the Eagles. Well, he went to the Eagles, and he's headed to the Hall of Fame, and he won a Super Bowl, and somehow John Mara didn't fire Joe Shane, which I'm shocked by. But the owner always has the opportunity to say, no, we're going to do this deal. In fact, that's why I think if a trade's going to get done, and this is another thing that I worry about, a lot of these trades, a lot of these talks, next week is the week where a lot of this gets done or where it starts or where it develops. Why? Jake, do you know what's happening in the NFL next week?
I do not.
It's the owners' meetings.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So what usually happens is, hey, John Mara talks to Jimmy Haslam, and Jimmy Haslam talks to, I don't know if Amy even goes to these meetings or if she sends one of her kiss asses out there. And I don't know if Amy's got the cachet, if she is there, to kind of work the deal. And it wouldn't surprise me if in some of these deals, if there's like a little something else that's kind of, hey, agreed to. We're not going to say it, but, hey, well, get a little deal. We want to, what's up. So I don't know. But again, when it comes to Cam Ward, and it comes to, if I didn't love him, I'm not going to take him with the number 1 pick because I'm going to lose my job. Now, if the owner says take him, it's like, hey, we're under this agreement, right? We've got this understanding about how you want to do that. And I agree with you that I don't think Amy could actually follow through with that. That if Amy Adams Strunk said, oh, it's okay, I understand. Let's take the quarterback anyway. He's top ranked on our board. What do you think we should do? And I said, look, I think we should take the chance on him because nobody wants to make the trade. So we'll take Cam Ward. We'll try it out. And if it doesn't work, then we move on. Even if it's next year. Even with the number 1 pick next year and Arch Manning's coming out and he's the next Peyton, like, we're going to do that. Okay, let's do it. But I do agree with all of you when you guys say, yeah, there's no way in hell that Amy would actually listen to that, follow through, and say, oh, I understand. I'm not blaming you for taking the quarterback when it didn't work out, when you told me that you weren't sold on him. I understand. I totally agree with you guys that are like, yeah, come on now. 615-737-1025. More of your phones. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 for the game.
Here we go with the number 2 pick in Mel Kiper's Mock Draft 3.0. The Cleveland Browns select Abdul Carter, edge, Penn State. Mel, take me through the pick.
Well, people say, well, why would you take Abdul Carter when you have Myles Garrett? Why not? You need 2 of the wide nines. You need guys on both sides that can attack off the edge. Myles Garrett, hey, if he's doubled, Abdul Carter is going to wreak havoc, and quarterbacks are going to be in trouble when they play the Cleveland Browns. So you can say, well, take Travis Hunter, at corner, wide receiver, but passing on Carter, who is right there with Hunter as 1 and 1A on the top of the board, and you're Cleveland, and you got all these quarterbacks you got to deal with, you can say, well, I got to get a quarterback to match that. How about a pass rusher with Garrett to get after these quarterbacks? Remember when Houston, they had Carr, right? And they took Mario Williams. They didn't take Reggie Bush because they had to deal with Peyton Manning. So teams have always felt like, okay, it's one thing to have the quarterback, but we got to get after these quarterbacks. Abdul Carter is undeniably a great player. You can't argue that point. Okay, that's why I like Ursary a little bit more than people at Minnesota, because Ursary did a pretty good job against Abdul Carter. Other than that, he was unleashed and he was wreaking havoc, and he plays hard every snap, and he plays the run so well, bend, explosive off the edge. Abdul Carter with Myles Garrett in Cleveland is a nightmare.
Okay, so that was Mel Kiper saying, oh my God, they have to do it. And then today, I loved Abdul Carter. When this first started, I was like, hey, if I had to stick and pick at number 1, I'm picking Abdul Carter. But Jared, I know. I'll get a quarterback. I'll get Sam Darnold, but I'm getting Abdul Carter. And then Abdul Carter went to the combine, and we knew about the shoulder, but he played through the shoulder. And we heard, he's got a stress reaction in his foot, and Abdul Carter is not going to be able to work out, but he'll be okay, we promise. And I said that day, I go, well, if it's me, he'd be off the board if he doesn't work out at his pro day. And people said, well, but they said he's going to work out at his pro day, Jared. And I said that day, in fact, I was sitting right here at Bridgestone Arena. And I said that day, I talked to a former general manager. And the former general manager said that I'll bet he rests his foot and won't do his pro day. Talking about Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, Drew lies a lot. Both surgeries the player should recover. And I said, well, if he doesn't work out his pro day, he's off the board. Adam Schefter reporting today. Abdul Carter not working out at his pro day. If I'm general manager, I'm just telling you right now, he's off the board. Period. The end. But Jared, it was only a Jones fracture. It was only a stress reaction. They didn't put that. I don't care. Javon Curse. And I saw Keith Bullock tweeted this out, where Keith Bullock was like, hey, the freak was the man. And if Abdul Carter can be that way, why don't the Titans take Abdul Carter? And I replied to Keith Bullock and I said, Abdul Carter right now has the same injury that derailed Javon Curse's Hall of Fame trajectory. Those first 3 years, Javon Curse was headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He averaged 12 sacks a year. He fractured the foot against Philadelphia week 1, 2002, and he was never the same. And so now you want me to draft this guy with the number 1 pick or to move back and take whatever, and he can't even work out at his pro day because he's got a shoulder surgery and he's got a foot injury? No. What's the old mantra? Dumb guys stay dumb. Fat guys stay fat, and injured guys stay injured. Now, a bunch of you right now, because you have your heart set on Cam Ward, you're probably like, yeah, we don't want an injured Abdul Carter. But to the hypnotized crowd, that the Titans could poop and you'd say, oh my God, this is delicious. To you people, if the Titans were in position to take Abdul Carter, you say, oh, Jared, it's not a big deal that he didn't work out at the pro day. He didn't work out at the combine. He didn't work out at the pro day. Why didn't he work out? Because he was hurt. Yeah, no thank you. No injured guys. If it was, hey, I've got Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter kind of on the same footing, but Abdul Carter plays, a very premium position at edge rusher, and Travis Hunter does not. I take Travis Hunter because Travis Hunter's not hurt. I am not taking injured players. And again, that philosophy will cost you Jeffrey Simmons. but it will keep you from Corey Davis and Caleb Farley and Julio Jones and L'Jarius Sneed, and I'm willing to live with that. So Abdul Carter is off the board because he's not working out at his pro day. Because, again, he's hurt. 615-737-1025. Craig actually puts in a very, very fascinating text. He says, is there a chance that the Titans like Cam Ward and like Shedeur Sanders equally, and they're trying to get someone to give up a haul for Ward to move back to 3 or 2 and then take Sanders? I absolutely think that could be the case. Now, I don't think they like him the same because you never like somebody the same. But I could see them saying, we've got a 6.3 grade on Cam Ward, and we've got a 6.2 grade on Shedeur Sanders. So would we rather take the 6.2 over the 6.3 and get an extra first-round pick, an extra second-round pick, an extra third-round pick, that kind of thing? I absolutely think that could be part of the equation. It wouldn't surprise me if the Titans like Jackson Dart. The Titans are an analytic team. And again, everybody's analytics are different. I mean, they're certainly not a football run team because Chad Brinker's not a football guy. Chad Brinker didn't go to football school. He went to business school. So they love those analytics. When we had the guys from Sumer Sports on at the Super Bowl, they told us Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward are terrible as far as their analytics were concerned. But Jackson Dart actually checked out pretty well. Could be something where they want to move back to 9 with the Saints, who sent their whole contingent out to Miami in order to take Jackson Dart and add up all the picks. Adam from Portland texted in and said, who was a better prospect, Cam Ward or Bryce Young? Because it feels more like when they talk about the picks and the receiver or something like that, that they need to get up there. When you make the trade for Cam Ward and he comes out looking like C.J. Stroud, it's going to feel like the A.J. Brown trade. You're going to be on the hot seat either way. Your job is in jeopardy no matter what the decision is. But again, this is the if where you guys look at all these guys the same. Where you guys look at them all the same and just say, oh, yeah, they're all a crapshoot. C.J. Stroud has a higher grade than Cam Ward. According to NFL.com, because, again, that's the only place where they actually have grades on these players, C.J. Stroud's a 6'7". A 7 is the best you can be. Floyd told me that Eddie George was a 7 coming out. C.J. Stroud was a 6'7". Cam Ward, by the same grader, is a 6'3". It's not the same. But you just see them as first-round quarterbacks, so you think they're all the same. You think, well, it's 50-50, and that's what the evaluation process is. If your evaluation tells you he's not C.J. Stroud, then you don't pretend like he's C.J. Stroud. And if he becomes C.J. Stroud, good for him. But you've got to be able to evaluate who is C.J. Stroud and who is not. Joel says, boy, Floyd really turned you into an injurist. Well, I think it's a combination of two things. Number one, I think it is being around Floyd because injured players were just not, it was not a part of the equation. And again, I think Javon Curse is an example where you have this great player and he gets hurt and it's a specific injury to the same position, to the same guy that has it now, and it ruined his career. So why am I going to assume that it won't ruin the other guy that plays the same position's career? But I've also seen the Titans take a lot of risks on injured players over the years. And look, I know I defend John Robinson a lot. A lot of this is John Robinson we're talking about. And it was, oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Julio, it'll be fine. Farley, it'll be fine. He just had back surgery. Who cares? It'll be fine. And it's like, every time they do that outside of Simmons who had a torn ACL, it's been a disaster. Simmons is not worth all the crap they've thrown away on injured players. So I'm not interested. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. TD will join us up next for the TD Power Hour. His reaction and what he's hearing to the Cam Ward Pro Day and this chatter about the Titans still hoping for a trade. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 for the game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. We are at Bridgestone Arena, where the Predators take on the St. Louis Blues tonight on Jelly Roll Night. That's right, they're giving away Jelly Roll bobbleheads, and, well, we're very excited about that. And we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. It is time for the TD Power Hour. Joining us from our studios is Teron Davenport. TD, how are you?
I'm doing great, man. It's a Mets opening day. Down 1-0 to the Astros, but it's all good, man. I'm got my Mets gear on, you know, the hat, hoodie, sweats, and the matching Bo Jacksons. Let's go.
Well, I'm also in a good mood because Ozzy Albies just hit a 2-run home run, and the Braves are now up 3-2 on the Padres. So
that's cool.
Make of that what you will.
Yeah.
TD, number one, your reaction to the Cam Ward Pro Day, and number two, well, you know what? Let's start with number one. Your reaction to the Cam Ward Pro Day on Monday.
Hey, look, I think he did what he needed to do, right? Daryl Colbert, his junior, his QB coach, he said that he wanted to make sure that they showcase his ability to take snaps from under center. So he kind of simulated that. The throws were good. I mean, there were a couple that were off, and he went back and redid it. I mean, the ball hit the ground, I think, 3 times. But that throw that preluded his going over to Borgonzi and Brinker and telling him he's solidifying the pick, I think that was the best throw. And those are the types of ones that you do to just kind of leave an impression. So, look, he didn't make me like him anymore. And I just, you know, I've consistently felt that he was the second best option for the Titans. I still remain convinced that Shedeur right now is the better one. But look, man, you know, he impressed.
So I do wonder this. What do you make of all the chatter? Because Adam Schefter put out there that they really, really like Cam Ward, but, and there seems to be all this talk about how the Titans really, really like Cam Ward. But, and you know as well as I do, like no one bothered calling Chicago last year because Chicago was picking Caleb Williams, period. So what do you make of that? And the fact that the Titans went to Schefter and basically said, hey, we're still open for business. What do you make of that? Do you make that a sign that, hey, they really would like to trade this pick, or what do you make of it?
Did the Titans necessarily go to Schefter and tell him that, though?
I mean, it seems pretty likely that it came from Schefter. Or that it came from the Titans.
I'm not sure who it came from because I know Schefter isn't well connected with the Titans. Maybe with Mike Borgonzi coming in, Reggie McKenzie, Dave Ziegler, somewhere there. But I know previously the connection with the Titans wasn't there. So I'm not going to just outright say that came from the Titans. I will say that this is just recycled news. It's something that the local, you know, myself, Paul Kaharski, Nick Suss, you know, Buck Rise, and like we've all been saying that. Like, it's not like, hey, you know, all of a sudden this is something new. It has remained the case that they were open to trade possibilities. They had interest in Cam, and as you remember, you know, when I text you from the combine, and then you know the next day, all of us, you know, were posting it on Twitter, like, hey, look, man, like this is the guy. If they stick and pick, that's the guy. It's nothing new, so I don't make anything of it. I don't. It's recycled news.
So I have a theory on why they went to Schefter, because I don't know, you know, what the relationship with Borgonzi or Brinker or whomever might be, McKenzie, Ziegler, whomever. Remember when Chad Brinker made that generational talent comment and Schefter tweeted it out? And remember what happened? Regardless of what the context of it was, everybody heard it. And everybody started changing like their opinions of what was said. I think they went to Schefter because they know if we tell Adam Schefter that we're open for business, everybody's going to hear it. And they want everybody in New York, in Cleveland, in New Orleans, everybody to know we're open for business. And that's why I think they probably went to Schefter.
Here's the thing that's pretty cool. The Titans don't need Adam Schefter to communicate with the Cleveland Browns or the New York Giants. They could do so regardless. So, I mean, look, I think we kind of get a little carried away with all of the, you know, theories and things like that at this season. Yeah, there's some things that go on, but I don't read that deep into it that, hey, they're like, hey, you know, Adam Schefter could broadcast this for – they could communicate within each other. I don't think – and they have for that matter. So I don't think that there's – you know, too much to that. I don't really put much stock in that at all.
Oh, I think that matters because like when I worked with Floyd, he was basically like, if he wanted to trade for a player, he wouldn't just like, let's say he wanted to trade for Mahomes. Like, he wouldn't call Kansas City and ask about Mahomes. He told me he'd call Kansas City and he'd start asking about other guys. And then as kind of the flow of the conversation went, like, then he might kind of pivot to the guy that he likes and get a
But who did you
sense
say
in
he called? He called who?
Kansas City.
Right. He didn't call, whoever media person. He called Kansas City.
Oh,
That's
but
my
he used
point.
he used them now. He and John Clayton were like, the late great John Clayton, by the way. They were like this.
Well, yeah, right. And you do have some where there's just an outright connection. I mean, like Rand and I, we had a connection, and we still had a connection. I mean, you have your guys that you go to, but I don't think everybody does. And talking about this particular situation, I know Chad Brinker doesn't have a particular guy. I know that, Brian Callahan doesn't necessarily have a particular guy. I don't know what the deal is with Reggie McKenzie, with Mike Borgonzi, with Dave Ziegler, but there isn't a connection there to me that would warrant, hey, look, we're going to go to him, like there was with Floyd Reese, the great Floyd Reese, we'll say, going to John Clayton.
I almost think that it's not about the connection with Schefter as much as it is the platform.
All right.
Like Charles Robinson went on Robbie and Joe today and said that he doesn't see the Giants being able to get to 1 without trading 3 first-round picks to move up. If Adam Schefter tweets that out, that I hear it'll take 3 first-rounders, that'd be the #1 story on TV right now. I don't think it's right, but I think that's just reality with Schefter.
Oh, without a doubt, he has pool. I'm not disputing that.
Like that generational talent comment, you were there, I was there. The context of which it was said was not what Schefter was implying in his tweet.
He didn't even. Well, let's be real about this. He didn't even hear the comment. Okay, let's call spades a spades. Like,
sure.
I shoot straight. He didn't even hear the comment. You and I, we were in the room. So were about 12 other members of local media. We know what the context of the comment. He didn't even hear the comment to make it, and that's the thing that really kills me. And these people still. Like, even on the pro day, I heard Eddie Royal mention something about generational talent. I'm like, bro, the context on there is completely wrong. But what are you going to do?
What do you make of their desire to move the pick? Do you think it is, legit? Like, if, hey, the Saints sent their whole contingency down there and, hey, New Orleans, make us a good offer. Make us a similar offer to what Carolina got for Bryce Young. Or do you think it's like, hey, man, like, you're going to have to offer like 3 number 1s and 3 number 2s and 4 number, like, you're going to really have to, because we really want to take Cam Ward.
Right.
What do you sense there?
It's been a gradual build-up process, and I've kind of watched it go from, hey, like, he's a guy that we like, to, oh, okay, let's see how the personality goes. They meet, and then it just continues to rise up. So I think the idea of Cam being the quarterback is one that's been there for a bit, but it just has continuously been reinforced with different things. So they feel that he's their quarterback, but in the interest of doing good business, right, you never shut an offer down before it comes to you. You know what I mean? So you want to make it known, hey, look, like, we're open for business, but Cam is probably our guy.
I just don't know, like, when it comes to these guys loving quarterbacks, like Cincinnati did not pick up the phone. Miami had 3 first-round picks, and I think they kind of, Tua, but then the other 2 I think they kind of whiffed on. But Miami had 3 first-round picks in 2020. They were trying to call Cincinnati, said no thank you.
Yeah. I mean,
last year, Washington said, don't bother calling us. The Titans are not saying that.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, those are, like, a lot different prospects from Cam Ward. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's different. You know what I mean? And the Bears, they moved heaven and earth to get to one to be able to, or rather, the Panthers moved heaven and earth, and the Bears just benefited from the Panthers. But I don't think it's the same situation.
What I think is crazy is that I do wonder, like, do the Titans really, really love Cam Ward, and they just want to see? Or do the Titans like we could take them, but
you know what I liken it to? You know what I liken it to? Being in a relationship with a female, right? And you really like her, and you believe you love her, right? But you just don't know if you're ready to get married yet. And I think that's where the Titans are. They're continuing to look for things to make them propose to Cam Ward. That's how I feel about it. Where like hey, look, man, this guy, he could be our franchise quarterback. It's like, you're with a lady for whatever period, and you're like, man, she's wifey material, man. But I got to continue to feel it out. You know what I mean? And I think that's the way the Titans are right now, and that they're not completely locking it down because they don't have to right now, but eventually it's going to be locked down. And I really believe that he's going to be their quarterback.
Okay. Now, what would the trade package have to be? We'll get into that with TD. If he was GM, what would the trade package have to be in order to move off of Cam Ward with that pick? We'll do that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106 The Game. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. I love Hiller. They take great care of my home, and they can do the exact same for you. Nobody wants to deal with a plumbing, HVAC, or electrical emergency. Nobody. And most of the time, you don't know what it'll cost, if it'll get fixed correctly, or if someone is just trying to sell you a bunch of stuff you don't need. And boy, that is frustrating when you find out that happens. You don't have to worry about that with Hiller, because at Hiller, their experts are going to solve your problems quickly. Again, I use them, so I'm just telling you right now, I vouch for that. The price you're told is the price you'll actually pay, with no hidden fees or surprises on your bill. So take advantage and book online right now, the same way I do, by visiting happyhiller.com. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, proud supporters of the Preds of Vols and Vandy. Hiller, call the Happy Fish Truck today.
a big haul. I think the reason they're throwing it out there is because they don't have a big haul. And they like Cam Ward because they saw him throwing shorts, and they went down and watched him throwing shorts again. I think when you're going first, and I've gone first, you got a real trepidation about the potential for great success. And if you think you got any doubt in your mind, you're nervous about doing it. You've already got a failed draft pick on your roster, although he was a second-round pick. So you're getting nervous. And, yeah, would you take a big haul? Yeah. Are you going to get a big haul? Nope. You're not going to get one. So get ready to draft them. That's what I'll tell you on that one.
There you go. That's Pat Kerwin, Sirius XM NFL Radio. I do love Pat Kerwin.
That's my guy, man. That's my original PK.
I will tell you, I sat down with him at the Super Bowl, and we were just the Sirius XM has like a stage or whatever, and we were the backstage at Sirius XM, and we were just sitting there talking about old football people and this guy freaking breathes the game. Like
Isn't he awesome?
He's such a good guy.
You know, he said he's been in that position to make the first pick. You know who he picked number 1 overall?
Keyshawn Johnson.
There you go. Good job. His stories about Keyshawn and Wayne Corbett used to kill me, man. I used to love, and Jim Miller too, man. Even though he didn't, he had Lamar 4th in MVP voting. I shot him a text about that one. But those guys are awesome dudes. I love their show, Move the Chains. Crazy story, Jared. I know we're getting off topic here, but I used to call into their show every day. I remember I used to work, and it would take me about an hour to get back home because of the daggone traffic on the Schuylkill Expressway. Anybody from Philly and the surrounding areas know what I'm talking about. But I would just sit in that traffic, and I would be on hold just waiting and waiting. And they finally let me get on, and I talk shop. Man, I used to love that show.
Those are good dudes.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, what would the trade package have to be if you're the Titans? And here's why I'm asking you specifically, TD, to move off of Cam Ward at this point. Because I know that you would rather have Shedeur Sanders than Cam Ward. And isn't there a little bit of cake and eat it too? If the Browns really like Cam Ward and you like Shedeur, you could trade back to 2 and you could get Shedeur. Who's to say that the Browns like Shedeur? Schefter said yesterday that he thinks they'll take Abdul Carter. If Cam Ward's off the board, you could trade with the Giants to 3 if that's the case. And you could end up with a big haul from the Giants and Shedeur Sanders. So I'll ask you this. What would it take for you to move off of that pick? And let's speak in generics because I know you don't have the whole draft in front of you of who's got what. Mm-hmm. But with the Browns, the Giants, and let's throw the Saints in there at 9 because they didn't send everybody to that pro day for no reason, I have to believe. So let's put them in the mix too.
Yeah, look, I think it's at a minimum 2 firsts, and I would want at least a 3rd this year. That's where it would start. Like we would have to swap picks. First off, I'm not trading down below 3. And it would take a lot of convincing for me to go below 3, to be honest with you, because, you look at this situation. If they go to 3, whoever goes to 1, we know Cam Ward's the guy. And then if the Browns select Shedeur, now you're stuck with Tim Boyle, Brandon Allen, and Will Levis as your quarterback. Like you can't go into a season like that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So sure. I think it's going to really take an awful lot to move down to 3. And then, these teams talk because, like, I know, like, the first 10 to 15 picks, a lot of times these GMs kind of have it mapped out. You know what I mean? And they know how it's going to very likely to fall. So that being said, if the Browns make it clear, like, hey, look, man, like we're taking Abdul Carter, then I would consider it. But I say all that to say it would take an awful lot for me to move off of Cam Ward because you look at this class next year. I mean, like, Lenore Sellers, DJ Lagway, these guys are promising. That's if Lagway comes out. Drew Allard is intriguing. Arch Manning is Arch Manning. But is there really a sure shot prospect that's better than Shedeur or Cam Ward? I don't think so.
So I guess what I'm saying to that point is, and I understand why you're talking about moving back from 3, but let's say the Giants call and the Giants, they're going to take Cam Ward and all they want to offer you is 33. So
yeah, I'm gonna tell them to kick rocks.
So you would take Shedeur if they're going to take Ward. They call you and they offer 33, and you've got Shador ahead of Ward, you wouldn't take 34 to move back to take the guy that you were going to take anyways?
You saying the Giants or the
No,
Browns?
the Browns.
Okay, you said the Giants. Look, I like Shador better for the Titans right now. But I think if you look long term, I think Cam is the better option. And I hate to play both sides of the fence, but I'm going to do it. And I think Shador to me is, and we had this conversation in November. Shador to me is CJ Stroud like, in that he could come in and have an instant impact and come in and put you in a good position. I just don't know that the upside with him is enough to make everybody around him better. Shador to me is like a high-end Ryan Tannehill. I think you could put it that way, right? Where it's like, yeah, you can win with him and you're going to go far, but I don't know that he's good enough to push everybody over that level to win a Super Bowl. With Cam, it's like, okay, you probably won't win right away. You'll be competitive and exciting and promising, but you get to year 2, year 3, I think you're going to be in pretty good shape because he has the potential to take everybody and elevate them. And that's the exciting part when you're talking about Cam Ward.
So now I'm going to put you on the hot seat. You are the Titans' decision maker. Again, I don't know, who ultimately, whatever.
Yeah.
You are the Titans' decision maker. You're taking Cam Ward number 1 over Shador Sanders?
Yes, I am. Now, see, here's what it is. Again, I like Shador better as a prospect. But if I'm looking at this franchise's long term and I'm a GM that is in a good position and I don't have to worry about getting fired, which, Mike Bergazzi, that's not a feeling you should have, right? I would go ahead and take Cam because I'm not only looking at now, I'm looking at the long haul.
Okay, I'm kind of shocked. I'm kind of shocked.
I
understand what you're saying,
yeah.
But I'm a little surprised. And then I guess my follow-up to that would be, what's the difference to you in Cam and Shador? Because again, like, let's say you can move down with the Browns. But let's say the Browns offer their 1 next year and 33. Is the difference between Cam and Shador for the long-term, for what's right for the franchise, is that extra first and extra second with Shador for you better than Cam long-term? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, what's the value of the drop-off from Cam long-term to Shador for you?
And that's a great point. And that's why, the way you have to look at things with a GM is so difficult. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, do I want to get this guy? Like, how much do you weigh? And I talked to Callahan about that at the Shrine, how you weigh potential versus, performance now, and he said it. He said you never, if there are 2 prospects and one has more potential, you should never go against the potential just because a guy is more ready now. You know what I mean? And so that is now, of course, potential is all relative. Like, you got, Will Levis has potential, but, so does whoever you may name that has potential and has kind of fulfilled some of it. So
if I was GM, I might be getting fired right now because I loved Anthony Richardson's potential. Now, I think the Colts have done everything wrong with Richardson, but I loved his potential. But if Anthony Richardson was what it looks like Anthony Richardson going to be after the Colts have screwed it up, I'd probably be getting fired as GM.
Yeah, you probably would have handled it better too.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So
a mouse could have handled it better. But what about this package with the Giants? 3, 34, 65. Now, they've got 2/3, one in the 90s, one at 65. I think they'd try to go with 92 or whatever it is. But 65, their first next year, and a second in 27.
Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, I think we might have to do some business, but I got to talk to the Browns and see, what the Browns are talking about as far as where they would go, at 2. I really have to see that because I wouldn't want to come out of this draft without, if I need a quarterback, like, I don't want to come out without, Shador or Cam. I just don't want to do that.
Okay. So you wouldn't take that package?
I think it would depend on what the Browns would do. It really does. It depends on what the Browns would do. But I think the bigger Like, I don't think that they're going to trade back. I think the bigger thing to discuss and look at is what do they do at 35. That's really the bigger one. Like, can you take 35 and build that into a later second, and in addition to that, a third, right? Can you do that? And will you do that if a Luther Burden, a Landon Jackson? I don't know. Have you gotten to watch Landon Jackson from Arkansas?
No.
Do so. Do so. I really like Max Crosby coming out. They're essentially the same player. Essentially the same player. Get some Landon Jackson tape in front of you if you get a chance to. But like, if he's there at 35, you know what I mean? What do you do? If Donovan Ezraku was there at 35, what do you do? You know what I mean? So there's a lot to consider and figure out.
Coming up next, TD today had, I saw a tweet from you, TD, that set me off. And this organization has been setting me off. I want your thoughts on it. We'll do it next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106 again.
there's so much going on in this market right now where there's a Stockholm syndrome where people just kind of accept what's going on. I don't know. Maybe the Twitter thing is out of control in terms of not representing the real world, but in terms of firing the PR director, so many people are like, hey, I don't care, which is fine. You don't have to care. But if you want to know what's going on with the organization and its dysfunction, it's an important development.
It's a symptom, and I think people don't get that.
Yeah. And B, this other thing where like, well, they're, they need some change after all of this time, or you're upset that your number one source is fired, or all of this stuff. Listen, you have to step back at some point and concede, whether you like me or not. For some reason, the rest of the media is largely silent on this thing. I don't really understand it. There are people who cover the team closely and know the people who are involved in stuff who want to tell you what's going on over there and what it means. So shh for a second and listen.
That was PK earlier this week, I think, taking out some frustration on the Twitter fans. But TD, you had a tweet today that I was not ready for. When I saw that the Titans were going to be making the light blue alternate jerseys their primary home jersey, I said, no! Oh, God, they can't do anything right over there because I hate those jerseys. And they're getting rid of the Oiler throwbacks. But again, the big crux this week is what I think I've talked a lot about, the PR director, Robbie Bourne, being let go.
Man.
And PK was mad about it. Joe was mad about it. And I just say, again, I know Titan fans are like, oh, I don't care about the PR director. And I get it. But as Joe said, it's a symptom of what's going on over there.
Yeah.
What do you make of kind of the inner workings of what we're seeing right now?
It doesn't seem like anybody's safe. I mean, I don't think there's a single person in that building that could walk around and say, like, I'm good for sure. I don't know what happened with Robbie. I know Robbie, you know what? Forget it. I'm going to say it. Robbie fought for us a lot. I know that there were opportunities to shut us out of practice, to put us in corners and things like that. But Robbie fought and said, no, we want to make sure that they have access. Look, I could tell you from being in other places, the access that we have here is 1,000 times better than Baltimore. Mm-hmm. It's, just as good, if not better than Philly, and much better than San Francisco. I've been in those markets. Robbie, he runs a very good ship. Now, are there some times where I've been like, come on, man, like, come on. Yeah, of course. But with any relationship, you're going to have that. You take the good with the bad. But Robbie is someone that if you needed something, you go to him. He may not be able to get it done right away, but he'll work on it and see. I don't know what happened there. And we're talking about like a true OG of the PR side of things. I mean, this dude has been working for the organization since they moved here. Like, what are we doing here, folks? What are we doing? Like, you got Mike Keith. He's gone on his own terms. You got, Steve Albertson got, like, what did Steve Albertson do?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Anthony Pastrana.
Yeah. And then you look at, what's my man? The equipment guy a couple years ago. What's my man? Hoss. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, they don't lose games for the team. And I understand fans, they may not care about people who are behind the scenes, but I tell you what, behind the scenes contributes towards the overall success when it's done correctly. And as far as I knew, those guys, all of them that got, shown the door, I didn't know of any issues with them.
So my big thing is a PR director and an equipment manager and all those things. These guys touch the players every day. These guys, we can all agree that the players are the most important part of a football team. And these guys are with the players every day. They're on every flight. They're at every practice. They're at every meal. They're at everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, I know Hoss, the equipment manager that Vrabel let go a couple years ago. I know him well enough to know that he's an important part. If you're trying to build an organization, if you're trying to build the culture of an organization, you want people like him in there. You want people like Robbie Bourne as a part of your organization if you're trying to get the culture inside the building right. So when they make those moves, it tells me that they don't know what they're doing. That's what bothers me, TD.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I think they don't know what they're doing. I wonder what it is that they're doing, because it's just like, what could Robbie have done? But look, man, like I don't know. But it's definitely a mystery to me. And it's not a good sign when you have this long-term position personnel, like you have turnover there. That's not good.
My gut tells me that Robbie didn't do anything. My gut tells me that the Titans at the very top right now are suffering from what I call MGS, my guy syndrome. My guy, my coach, my GM, my playbook, my stadium, my jerseys, and I don't think that's how you build a winner. That's just my opinion. What do you think of the light blue jerseys? I freaking hate it.
Look, I think the light blue jerseys are fresh.
Oh, TD.
Look, I would wear them with the navy pants and the navy helmet. I think that's dope. My favorite combination is the all white, the stormtrooper look. I love those. But I will say this. So back in the day, I used to collect, I had all of these jerseys, man. Like, I had so many jerseys because I just loved a lot of players. I had that Eddie George, the navy shoulders with the red body. That was one of the dopest jerseys ever. I don't know why they don't bring that back and actually roll it out as an alternate. I would love to see that.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I think it is. I think that you're only allowed so many jerseys or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to get rid of the light blue. The light blue is Bud Adams. Apparently, the way Floyd told me was that Bud Adams wanted to keep a little light blue in the uniform, even though they went with the Navy uniforms when they moved. They wanted a little of that light blue in there because I guess Bud Adams was like 1/20th or something Native American. And that light blue, this is what Floyd told me. I mean, it could have been 150. I don't know. But apparently, like, that light blue color was important to Bud Adams because of his Native American heritage. Now, again, Floyd could be totally wrong about that. That could have been totally made up. But I'm just telling you what he told me. So I understand why it's like, oh, okay, well, we want the alternate to be light blue because light blue is big. The owner cares and all that.
Yeah.
I think the red jerseys are freaking sick. The ones that they sell but they never wear, I think those are freaking fire. And I would go with the navies,
dope,
and then primetime games wear the red. And then I'm fine with the white. I actually prefer the white helmet to the navy helmet, but I'm not going to complain about the helmet. I was so mad. And then I was so mad that they put out a story about this, how people refer to this as Titan blue. I'm like, nobody calls that light blue color Titan blue.
Yeah, I almost typed that and I said, what are you doing, bro? Slow down, man. That's light blue. Like, let's call it for what it is, man.
No, it's their new invented Titan blue that they say is a been. People have wanted this, and I don't. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy because I think they're ugly. I do think the Titans need to stick with navy blue pants. On the road for sure, and I would probably either go white or navy blue. Just pick one at home. I hate the light blue pants. I hate the uniforms, and I hate that I feel like the Titans are getting everything wrong. And so, like, if they're getting the PR director wrong and they're getting the uniforms wrong, how am I supposed to think they're going to get the first pick right?
Well, I mean, look, man, you go ahead and you pick Cam. I don't think you could go wrong with that pick. I'll say that.
Well, I think there's a chance that the people that are in charge of this team go screw Cam Ward up.
Boy, we'll see. We'll see. Good thing the checks cash regardless, man.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I care. I care. I'm a fan. I care. I don't want to watch bad football I want them to win. And I feel like they just keep pushing the envelope towards worse and worse and worse. Okay, TD answers your phones next. Enough of me complaining. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company, TD Power Hour here on the program. TD, do you have a thought or do you want to go to the phones for you?
Yeah, no, quick thought. March 27th. It is the birthday of my 19-year-old. She is now 19, Drew Davenport.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, this is the one of my 4 daughters that does the best job of raising my blood pressure. She knows how to push my buttons, and she finds that like a pastime. I don't know if you're listening, Drew, but we're going to fight later, and I look forward to seeing you. I
There
love
you go.
buddy.
Way to go. Very happy for you, TD. Okay, let's go to the phones, which are driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com. Jody is going to kick us off. Jody, you're on with TD. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. TD, I kind of off the subject question about Cam Ward. I noticed at his pro day, he ran over towards Callahan and the GM, and he said, you know, I'm going to solidify this position today. Now, do you think they actually buy into that and think, oh man, that, you know, they like the cockiness, or do you think they're like, you know, they don't read into it. He's just saying that, you know, to try to help his stock or whatever. I'm just curious. I find it funny. I hang up and listen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think they like it. Like that's the moxie. And if you saw, like when Cam went over and said it and then walked away, you know, they kind of looked at each other and laughed and chuckled, and you could tell it was like, yeah, that's the guy. Like that's, and look, I'm not putting words in their mouth, but it just was a look of like, yeah, I like that. You know what I mean? So I don't think that that's an issue at all. I think that it's kind of a part of that it factor, right? And a lot of people say it. I think that's a part of it, just having that swagger, that moxie to be able to, or that degree of arrogance even.
Yeah, I actually think Cam Ward, from what I've seen, has just the perfect amount of confidence that doesn't cross over into arrogance.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good way to put it. Excellent way to put it.
From this point, let's go to Cedric, who's up next, and I'm sure is mad at me. Cedric, go ahead.
Bro, I ain't mad at you, bro. Come on, man. You my dog, bro.
You're always mad at me, Cedric.
No, man, I just because I don't agree with you don't mean I mean with you, man. What's good, TD?
What's up, brother?
Man, good, good. All right, hey, so with the changes that they're making over at the Titans land, TD, are they making any changes to the scouting department? And every time I bring up scouting, Stillman's like, I don't care about the scouting department.
I didn't say that.
No. Last time you chewed my head off the last time I brought up the scout department, and you said you did not care about the scouting department. That's what you bit my head off, bro. So
I don't know. I take scouting pretty seriously, but
yeah, no, it is. And the best teams are able to draft really well, you know, rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have they made any changes over there? Because I'm not saying we did a bad job, well, you know, in previous drafts there, but we haven't done a great job. And you know, we're chasing the Eagles, man. How is the man? He's the Jerry West of the NFL right now. Any changes in the scout department, man, and I'll holler, bro.
There's going to continue to be some changes. There are some of the, like Patrick Callaway, who was, you know, one of the regional guys. He actually took the GM job at University of Delaware. There's a couple other guys that kind of moved around. There are some, I'm not going to put their business out there, but there could be some other change from what I understand. And we'll just have to see how it works out. That was one of the things that Rand didn't necessarily do as far as like flipping the scouting department. He wanted to, you know, kind of work with the group and actually not conform to them, but like scheme, so to speak, to them rather than have all them scheme to him. I know when Rand got in there, like a lot of the guys talked about how much more free they felt. I don't know how it's going to be now with you know, Mike Borgonzi in tow, but I would imagine that he's going to eventually bring some people from Kansas City over there. I would imagine there'll be some people brought over from Green Bay because of the Chad Brinker and Reggie McKenzie ties. But right now, there hasn't been a whole lot of turnover. There's a few things that kind of shuffled, and you know, like you got the Southeast scout, you know, Brandon Taylor. He had been there for quite some time, and I know, you know, it's kind of been divided a little bit more to where there's kind of double duty going on for some of those guys. So they're being stretched. We'll see what happens, though.
Can I make a prediction?
Sure.
They're going to blow that thing up after the draft.
Hey, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
I think that this Chad Brinker and the way they're doing things is my guys, my scouts, I would not be surprised if they weren't even listening to the scouts right now, except for just nuts and bolts stuff. And that it's really like Brinker, Borgonzi, McKenzie, and Ziegler that are making all the decisions as a collective group. As you know,
you gotta have that scouting department in tow, because like they're the ones that are going to see all these guys play during the year. And no, trust me, the GMs went, like, I know Brinker took some trips, right? Not as the GM, assistant GM, president of football operations. He took some trips. I know Rand took some trips. But for the most part, like your regional scouts, like those are the ones that are out there putting hands on these prospects, putting eyes on the prospects, and really getting that feel. And you saw what Brian Callahan said in Jim Wyatt's story about how important it is to, like, you want to see it in person, you want to feel it in person, and you want to watch and get a better perspective of a prospect. And that's why, the pro days are important, a part of the process, but so is the lead up to it. And I think that's where the scouts are so important.
I don't disagree with a single thing you just said, other than I'm telling you, I don't think they're going to listen to them. I think it's like, these are my guys, and this is my guys know. And even though my guys didn't actually do the grunt work, my guys are so smart, they saw it off the tape.
Yeah, I don't support that. I think
I know you think it's ridiculous, but I'm telling you, I think that's what's going to happen over there.
We'll see. Like, I haven't gotten any indication from that, because I know even like talking with Chad, pregame throughout the season, he was always on the group, like, hey, look, like these guys are looking at this, they're looking at, you know what I mean? So I don't think, and I mean, look, Chad Brinker's in charge over there. Like, let's just call a spade a spade. So I think if that's the case, I don't think that there's going to be as much just like, hey, scouting department, you guys are there, but so what? This is what I want to do.
Oh, I think that he cares about the scouts, his scouts. So he'll gut these scouts.
Got you. Okay.
And then next year, his scouts, and again, I think it'll be a collection of guys from Green Bay and Kansas City.
Got you.
And everybody will get a nice little pay raise, and that's how you get them out of Green Bay and how you get them out of Kansas City. And again, what do I know? One text says, TD, what position will the Titans address outside of quarterback?
Oh, look, man, that wide receiver position, I tell you, they may have to call, like, D Mace may have to get out of this chair and go back over there and get Chris Sanders over there too, man, because it's slim pickings, right? I think you definitely could see them double up. And I say double up at receiver quicker than you double up at edge because of this. Typically, like, I mean, outside of Max Crosby, how many premier pass rushers do you get outside of the first round?
Sure.
Not many. And so that's why I wouldn't double up that perspective. But receiver wise, like, you could get a guy in the fifth round, the sixth round, that could be a contributor. So I could see them doubling up that way.
TD, as always, great stuff. I'm sure talking with TD this week is loaded.
Yeah, no, we did an HBCU edition. I had Carson Vincent. You've heard me talk about him, the Alabama A&M tackle. He was at the Senior Bowl. He dominated there, a 9+ RAS score. So we have him on. And then I always like to have a sleeper on, like a very small school to me isn't Bowling Green. Like, small school to me is Langston University in Oklahoma, right? So Travis Martin, he's a DB out of there. We had him on. So yeah, it's dope. We got some prospects for next week. I got that lined up, and I'm working on Landon Jackson. I want you to watch that tape. We're going to have him on at some point.
TD, great stuff as always.
For sure. Appreciate it.
Yep. TD joining us for the TD Power Hour. Coming up next, Tennessee and Kentucky in the Sweet 16. Matt Jones, Kentucky Sports Radio, joins us on the program. It's one of my favorite interviews every year. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live up from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. Bridgestone Arena Preds tonight against the St. Louis Blues. Here, pregame in less than an hour on Jelly Roll Night, and we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. The Sweet 16 tomorrow features the Tennessee Volunteers, who one of these years, maybe they'll make a Final Four. I don't know. I'll give Rick Barnes credit every time they don't choke, so I'll give them that. They haven't choked so far. And the Kentucky Wildcats, freed of the John Calipari shackles, although Calipari's also in the Sweet 16 tonight. Without further ado, Matt Jones, Kentucky Sports Radio, joins us on the program at opening day in Cincinnati, apparently, and is kind enough to join us. So, Matt, I want to start with this, which is, does it make you any more excited that it's Tennessee in the Sweet 16, knowing how much you dislike Tennessee? Or does it make you nervous, given the fact that Kentucky's already beaten Tennessee twice this year, and you don't want to lose a Sweet 16 game to Tennessee?
Yeah, first of all, I'm sorry. I'm at this Reds game, so if it's loud, I apologize. But, yes, it makes me not nervous. I actually think Kentucky's a pretty good matchup with Tennessee. I think the Cats getting to the Sweet 16 with this roster in Pope's first year is a pretty amazing accomplishment. I actually think if you look at the other two seeds, Kentucky would have matched up better with Tennessee than with them. Now, you play a team twice, hard to beat them a third time. I think Tennessee is better than Kentucky. But if you're asking me which of those teams would I rather Kentucky play, it would have been Tennessee, so I'm good with it. And I think Kentucky will have a huge crowd in Indianapolis.
Matt, this time last year, I thought your program was absolute must-listen-to radio, even at 2 o'clock in the morning, because of the ongoing divorce between Calipari and Kentucky. Now, clearly, Kentucky's in a better spot with Mark Pope in the Sweet 16, and Calipari's in a better spot, too. But it's not as much fun for people like me that love to hate Kentucky to watch Mark Pope coach this team than it was to watch Calipari coach that team. Do you fear that the villain part of this has maybe evaporated with Cal going to Arkansas?
Yeah, but I don't think Kentucky was a villain to you because of your Louisville background, and it's a villain to Tennessee fans because of that. I'm not sure if the whole country saw Kentucky as a villain. I think they see Cal sometimes as a villain, although even as he's gotten older, I don't even know if that's true. Duke is college basketball's villain. So, I mean, John Shire is tough to hate, right? For me, Louisville is the villain. Pat Kelsey is tough to hate. So it's weird. Danny Hurley has enough hate for all of us now.
True.
And it is the rare divorce where I think everybody ended off better. Cal needed to get out of here for his own sake. I think Kentucky's better off with it. So you're right. It is a rare divorce where everybody won.
What do you make of Mark Pope? I know in the first year he goes to the Sweet 16 at Kentucky. But again, like we're talking about Calipari, who's a Hall of Famer, Pitino, who's a Hall of Famer as past Kentucky coaches. What have you made of Mark Pope through year one?
Really smart. I mean, as smart an X and O guys we've had since Pitino. He's a great motivator. He's kind of a dork, which we're not really used to here, but he definitely is. But he's like in a way that I think fans really like. X and O junkie, great offensive coach. Defense has not been great this year, but I think that's more because of the athleticism on the team, which is they just don't have a lot of it. I think he's great. The question's going to be with him on recruiting, but so much of that now is portal and is basically financial, and I think Kentucky's going to be fine with that. So in general, I think it's been a win. They won the Illinois game, which is big. I'm a huge fan. Now, whether or not it stays like that, we'll see. But for now, I think he's done about as good a job as you can do.
Matt Jones, Kentucky Sports Radio, is with us. How do you feel about losing to Tennessee? I'm not saying that Kentucky will lose to Tennessee, but would it be it was a good season getting to the Sweet 16 house money kind of game tomorrow night, or would it hurt if you lost to Tennessee?
I think it is. I think normally the answer would be no. Jared, you may remember 2014 when Kentucky played Louisville. That was not a house money game. Even though I thought Louisville was better, I felt like Kentucky had to win that. Kentucky had won the title in 2012. Louisville had won it in 2013. It was kind of a tiebreaker. That was one Kentucky, for me, had to win. It's a little different. I mean, I think this is going to be Rick Barnes' final year. I mean, that's just kind of what people are saying in the college basketball world. We'll see. But I think Tennessee's good. If Kentucky was a contender, and lost to Tennessee, then that would sting. But I don't really think they're a contender. So if they lose, I don't want to lose to Tennessee. I think it'll be awesome if they win, especially having to beat them third time in a year. But I don't consider it like a heartbreaker if you lose. And
enjoyed watching Tennessee fans get their hopes up in March to watch them lose to Oregon State or FAU or kind of all of the heartbreakers that Rick Barnes has had over the years. For some reason, I don't feel that way this year. Like I guess I want to see Rick Barnes do well. Rick Barnes seems like such a nice guy that it makes me not enjoy disliking Tennessee, or not so much that, as much as I would say enjoying the misery of the Tennessee fans when things go poorly. Do you, as a Kentucky fan, feel that way?
I like Rick Barnes. Rick Barnes seems like a great dude. I think he's had an awesome career. I don't want Tennessee fans to get the joy of the Final Four. I think Tennessee's probably the best program in the history of college basketball to not make a Final Four. I don't know if you can think of one that's better, but I can't. So I like being able to hold that over their head. So I don't want them to make it. Now, with that said, I think they got a really good shot. I think they can beat Kentucky, and then I think Houston is a good matchup for – I mean, Houston's better than Tennessee, but they play very similar. So I think if it were Houston and Tennessee, it would come down to the wire. And Tennessee probably would have a crowd advantage in that game. So I think they got a really good shot to finally end that streak. And if they were going to end it in Barnes last year, I'd be okay with it. But I still want to be able to make fun of Tennessee fans and see them not make it.
So if Tennessee wins this game, what will Kentucky have on Tennessee? They don't have football. They will have lost in basketball.
Well,
Kentucky's much better.
We still have them.
Okay, but
I mean, like, you know, 1 year is not a pattern, right? They make a Final Four. Good for them. They're much better. But especially if they replace coaches, none of that's going to matter once they have to get the next one. So listen, Tennessee's had an amazing athletic program. Their baseball team, football's been better my entire life. But we're a basketball school. We care about basketball the most. So I'm still positive about it.
I got to tell you, Matt Jones, I don't feel the venom about Tennessee that I'm used to from you. Ahead of the Sweet 16.
I don't have it as much. I don't think this team is as hateable as some Tennessee teams in the past. And also, again, my expectations were not high for this Kentucky group. So because of that, it's not like it was, say, last year if they had played, where I thought Kentucky had a shot at making a run, and then they lost to Oakland. If they had played Tennessee last year, I would have had a different view. But this year, you know, Chaz Lanier doesn't seem like that bad a dude. Ziegler's been there for 75 years. But the rest of the guys seem pretty okay. I had Meshack on my ESPN show. I thought he seemed like a nice kid. So it is hard for me to hate this group. But anytime I think I don't hate them, I just look at my Twitter account and Tennessee fans replies, and it becomes a little easier.
You know what? I think you're getting softer in your older years.
Maybe so. Maybe so. My hatred has – we've been so focused on being down on Calipari that we've kind of our Louisville and Tennessee hate dropped a little bit this year, but I'm sure it will come back.
Speaking of Calipari, Matt Jones with his Kentucky Sports Radio, I had a take on SiriusXM the other day that I want your opinion of my opinion, which is I said that if anybody else had coached Arkansas on Saturday against Rick Pitino, if it had been Bobby Knight, if it had been Coach K, if it had been anybody, then Pitino would have won. But Calipari makes Pitino tight, and it makes the rest of the team tight, and he chokes against Calipari. Did you see the same thing I saw on Saturday with St. John's in Arkansas?
I totally agree with you. I don't know what it is, because I think Rick Pitino is one of the 6 or 7 best coaches of all time. But Cal's in his head, and it was like that when Rick was at Louisville. It's like that here. He gets tight. His teams get tight. Cal, on the other hand, who I think gets tight often in games for whatever reason, is loose with Rick. And I think it drives Rick crazy that Rick is the X and O coach. He knows Cal isn't, and yet for whatever reason, he can't beat him. I thought Arkansas was going to win. I bet on Arkansas. I felt like Arkansas's athleticism was going to be something St. John's hadn't seen all year. And then the Rick Cal factor. Pat Forty wrote that, and I think it's exactly right. Rick will always have as good a career as he's had, Cal has just had his number, and that continued last Saturday.
What would you hate more, Tennessee in the Final Four and the ability for Tennessee to say that they've gone to a Final Four, or Calipari at Arkansas to get to the Final Four?
Yeah, I want Tennessee this year to go. I mean, any other year in history, I mean, I would have said next to Louisville, the one I want to win the least is Tennessee. But this is different. You know, with what all's gone on, I would, if it was Tennessee and Arkansas in the Elite Eight for the first time in many years in my life, I'd probably say, you know, go Big Orange.
You know what's crazy is I have been thinking a lot like this season. Somebody just hit a home run.
Say that again.
I said, did someone just hit a home run?
No, they just had a strikeout. You know, it's the top of the ninth. The Reds are up 1, and they just got their first out as we try to close out here on opening day.
There you go. I have been thinking about this Tennessee team. And again, I've enjoyed the misery over the years that Tennessee suffered. And I've been rooting for this team because I want Rick Barnes to do well. I think there's way too many sleazy coaches in college basketball, especially in the SEC. And I thought to myself, I'm like, am I getting soft? Is there something about me that is not?
Yeah, well, we are older.
I think it's you. Yeah, I think you're making me feel better about how I feel about Tennessee.
No, it's not the same hateable group, and the Rick Barnes factor is big. I mean, this is, you know, everyone in college basketball believes he's going to retire. I have no inside knowledge, but that's what everyone believes. I think there is a sense if he gets there, that's fine. Plus, again, the hateable dudes in college basketball are elsewhere. Nate Oates, Bruce Pearl, Danny Hurley,
Todd Golden.
Scott, yeah, Todd Golden for other reasons, and I think you're right about that. It's made it to where Tennessee just, for me, isn't the same. But I will say this: if we lose and it's Tennessee-Houston, I'm going to be rooting as hard for Houston as I can.
Last one for you. You said you bet on Arkansas on Saturday. Are you betting on Kentucky tomorrow? Or are you betting on Tennessee tomorrow?
I don't bet on Kentucky games because I get too conflicted. But I do think Tennessee is the favorite. I'll pick Kentucky because I'm a homer, but I think it's going to be hard. You know, Tennessee shot the ball so poorly the last 2 times against Kentucky. I have to think they don't do that again, and I think they probably eke one out at the end.
A more wise, calmer, as always, wiser.
Yeah,
Matt
give me
Jones.
another time. Listen, you got me here on a day I enjoy at the Reds. Only you would have me doing this. You're the only one I do this call for. So don't get me again. Call me before if they make the Final Four, and I will be rooting against whoever Tennessee plays.
You'll be the first call. Matt Jones, great stuff as always. Appreciate your time. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Thank you, man. Bye-bye.
Yep. There you go, right there, Matt Jones. I got to tell you, I'm stunned. I'm speechless. I'm stunned. This Tennessee team is so likable. I've been rooting for Tennessee because of Barnes, and I saw that Barnes was asked today if he was going to retire, and he gave some long answer about trusting God, which probably means yes, that he probably is going to retire, and I didn't know that. But I just found so many sleazy freaking coaches in college basketball that I'm like, you know what, screw it. Go Rick Barnes. And even Matt Jones feels that way. 615-737-1025. There is one thing he said that I have to completely disagree with. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 1025-1063 The Game. And let me tell all the fine folks out there, because I have not done a good job of reading some of these off so far today. So let me tell all the fine folks out there, and we will be giving away Preds tickets later this hour. The NCAA basketball tournament coverage is presented by Toyota. Fuel your adrenaline at Toyota.com. Toyota Let's Go Places, also brought to you by the NewCumberland.com, Twin Peaks, and Bet365.
But at the end of Kentucky there, you were this guy.
I just, look, it was great for me and great for Kentucky. They're doing great. You know, we put 15, this is my 16th year in the SEC, 15 years, my heart and soul. You see my daughter, my wife, they're into this just like I am. And we gave everything we had, but it was time. It was time. Now, someone could go in and match what we did over that period of time. I wish them well. I'm in another situation, and I'm at peace. I'm at peace with what went on. I'm not being revengeful. I went into Kentucky. We won that game. I was humble about it. I'm not like trying to beat them because they did this. None of that. I'm about these kids. And my job right now is to stay locked in. I'm not listening, reading. I don't care. He's the worst. He can't. Okay, I agree with you. Can we get on to something more important, which is I got to coach these kids.
That's awesome.
And you know what? What they've done, I owe that to them. What they've done this year, they could have let go and given up the rope and given up on me.
That was Calipari on the Pat McAfee show. They play tonight against Texas Tech. And I had Matt Jones on, and I said with Matt Jones, I said, I used to dislike Kentucky, and I used to dislike Calipari. And now that Calipari's not there anymore, I just don't hate Kentucky as much. And Matt Jones said, well, you're just saying that because you're a Louisville guy, and so it was a – no. I got to tell you, and Arkansas plays Texas Tech tonight. And I think I'm rooting for Arkansas. And Kentucky plays Tennessee tomorrow, and I'm rooting for Tennessee because I think Rick Barnes is a good guy. And, you know, Matt really was kind of hammering away this idea that Rick Barnes is going to retire, which wouldn't surprise me. I hope he doesn't, but it wouldn't surprise me if Rick Barnes gets to the Final Four and retires. Wouldn't surprise me. I have a harder time hating Kentucky without Calipari there. Last year, when they lost to Oakland, I knew the hillbilly fans at Kentucky were going to go nuts. I knew Calipari was in deep trouble when they lost that game. I enjoyed every second of it. I mean, I was listening to Joe Rexroad today complain about Seth Greenberg. Now, I don't know what Seth Greenberg did that made Joe complain, but Seth Greenberg is as in the satchel for these coaches as anybody on television you'll ever see. It's sickening sometimes. So I don't know what Joe was mad at Seth Greenberg about. But I texted Robbie Stanley about a time that Kentucky lost a couple of years ago to Kansas State in the second round. And I had Seth Greenberg on Sirius, and I was talking about, what's this mean for Calipari? And Seth got very defensive. And I was like, damn, dude, I didn't know that it was that big of a deal. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed rooting against Calipari. I enjoyed rooting against Kentucky. And it's not just a Louisville thing, because I remember how excited I was, and I can't even tell you why, but how excited I was and how happy I was when when Calipari was at Memphis and they choked away the national title game in 2008 to Kansas. I was so happy they missed all those free throws, and Mario Chalmers hit that three and sent it to overtime, and Kansas won the game, and I was so happy. And so I don't know what it is. And it's not like I care about it this much, because, again, for me, college basketball is like a month and a half long for me. I start paying attention after the Super Bowl, and then we have the conference tournaments, and every year people are mad and get all pissed off at the selection committee because they don't care about the conference tournaments. And then we have the tournament, and I like a couple, I don't like a couple, whatever. And then I move on with my life at the end of college basketball. And that's what everybody's going to do this year. But the joy of hating Kentucky, and I'll always hate Kentucky a little bit because I did go to Louisville. But the joy of hating Kentucky, I think, is gone for the most part with Calipari out. And the joy of hating Calipari, I think, is kind of gone. I mean, I kind of want Arkansas to go to the Final Four. I don't know why. I don't care about Arkansas. I used to. I don't anymore. I don't. I don't know. Now, I will say this. The number one reason why I was rooting for Calipari last weekend against Patino is because I can't stand Patino. I find Patino to be so sanctimonious, so hypocritical, so holier than thou with his baggage. And the other thing on Calipari, I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about smoking pot, because it is technically illegal, though there are all these ways kind of around it, right? Like if they've got, I don't, Jake, you probably know the laws better than I do on this stuff. The 0.3 THC per gram or whatever it is. By the way, Jake, I just threw you under the bus. I have no idea if you smoke pot or not. I have no
My
idea.
eyebrows went up. I was like, man, why does he assume that?
I just threw you under the bus for no reason. I have no idea if you smoke pot or eat gummies or any of that. I have no idea. But if you did, I wouldn't care. 20 years ago, remember when Honey Badger was at LSU? And it was like, oh my God, he smoked pot. Bad guy. Bad teammate. He smoked the marijuana. Bad guy. Well, that's kind of how paying the players in college used to be. And there was nobody that it felt like was paying the players more than Calipari. It felt like Calipari, that Memphis team was bought and paid for. Then he goes to Kentucky, and he has John Wall committed to Kentucky, and he's got DeMarcus Cousins committed to Kentucky. And this guy just, again, bought and paid for. He just goes out, and he goes about his business, and he just brings his whole team, because, again, bought and paid for. He brings the whole team in, and he takes it. And maybe back then it was bad. Now, again, my school at the time was hiring hookers for the recruits, and we didn't know about it, so who am I to judge? But now it feels like, oh, he paid the players? Big freaking deal. Who cares if you pay the players? I see this Jeremy Pruitt lawsuit about, paying players and things like that. I think Jeremy Pruitt's going to get some money out of Tennessee or out of the NCAA by suing. I think he'll end up settling because, these people, they don't want hands-on Bibles. They don't want cell phones and emails dumped and things like that. But again, I think the point I'm making here is I don't care anymore about who pays the players or who doesn't, because it's legal to pay the players. And if I cared about that 15 years ago, just like smoking pot, I don't care about it now, for whatever that means or whatever that's worth to you all. But again, when it comes to Calipari, it's just not as much fun anymore. It's not as much fun to root against Kentucky, and it's not as much fun to root against him. And so when Matt Jones like, oh, you're saying that because you're a Louisville guy. No, I didn't like Calipari before I went to Louisville and before he went to UK. And I certainly didn't like him at all when he went to UK, although I did find him very funny. It was fun to cover. There's always a story with Calipari. But now it's like the house money for him, house money for UK, house money for UT. Maybe I've gotten soft. I couldn't tell you. It's kind of depressing. Where are the villains that I loved? I mean, Florida's coach. Now, word on the street is Florida's coach might be innocent from the allegations that I'll be honest, I didn't totally look into the whole Todd Golden thing. I read the article, and then I saw that like around Christmas time, Florida said they launched an investigation and found that he was innocent. But I figured they just found that he was innocent because they were ranked number 6 in the country. Funny how that works sometimes, but I guess he might actually be innocent. Don't like Nate Oates at Alabama. Certainly don't like Patino, although he's out. Jake, are there any more coaches I don't like that are still out there?
I don't know. It feels like a lot of the old guard is starting to go away. Like
Chris Beard?
all the ACC guys from
Don't
back
like
in the
him.
day are gone. Boeheim and Roy Williams.
I got to tell you, tonight is Jelly Roll night, and they're giving away these bobbleheads. I see people walk around like 8 of them at one time. Like, aren't you supposed to get one bobblehead, like when you come through the door? This guy's walking around got like 10 Jelly Roll bobbleheads. What? First of all, do you really need 10 Jelly Roll bobbleheads? Number 2, what? Shouldn't it just be one bobblehead for one person? What am I missing here? Anyway, 615-737-1025. We continue along Stillman and Company, and we'll be giving something away soon enough. So be listening. Stillman and Company, 1025-106 the game. So use you, and then we check a little bit.
When's Strider coming back?
Sometimes in May, I guess.
I like my fantasy team, but I had a couple guys hurt, including him.
Harold, what's up? Ah, shit.
What? Oh, you caught it?
Nah, he missed it. He could have robbed it, but it would have been pretty hard for him to rob. It's funny watching opening day baseball. The players care so much more on opening day than they do like the next day.
Oh, yeah. Well, nobody's watching tomorrow. Nobody's watching today either.
It's like everybody's healthy, everybody's ready, everybody's.
What the fuck is going on? Big yard.
Here, take this one. No. Here. Stillman and Company live at Bridgestone Arena here, where again it's Jelly Roll night, and they are giving the bobbleheads away. I saw a guy walking with like 10 Jelly Roll bobblehead dolls, but you know what? Do whatever you want. Hal Gill is with us here on the program, but Hal, before we get to you, how about we give away some tickets for Saturday night?
Sure, let's do it.
All right.
Well, you don't like Mr. Roll, huh?
No, I
You're
love
not a
Jelly
big
Roll. What are you
fan
talking
of-
about? The guy walking around with 10 Jelly Roll bobblehead dolls. I'm like, dude, one bobblehead per person. I mean, you know, we don't need to be carrying 10.
Yeah. Well, maybe he has 10 tickets.
Then if that were the case, go ahead and get your 10 Jelly
There
Roll
you go.
bobblehead dolls.
There
There
you
you go. Be caller 5 right now at 615-737-1025. You'll win a pair of tickets to the Predators take on the Vegas Golden Knights this Saturday night at Bridgestone Arena. Hal, I'm going to start off with something that I know you're going to hate hearing me say, and you're just not even going to react to it, but this team needs to stop winning.
Yep.
I mean, I look at Philadelphia. They lose every night. They're starting to gain on the Predators. The one thing I am holding on hope to for this franchise is that they get one of these two forwards. Apparently, there's 3 high-end players. San Jose wants the defenseman. There's going to be 1 defenseman and 2 forwards. And so I just want to finish in the top 3 and get one of these forwards and then pray that in time he becomes the superstar they need. And I'm worried that this team is going to grit it out too much, and then the ping pong balls are not going to go my way, and they're going to be picking 8th and not 3rd, or 12th and not second, and it's starting to scare me.
Yeah, I agree with you in some respects. Obviously, you want to get that the highest draft pick you can, but you're not guaranteed that. And also, there's got to be a lot to be said for culture. I know you're not buying into that, but I just think you look at the game tonight. You need to put up a performance against St. Louis and push back, because then you're going into next year going, hey, we just got rolled by you 3 times in 10 days. And, twice in your building. It's just it's a bad look. And I feel like, at home, the boys need to buckle down and try to, I'm not saying win, but you need to play hard and make it a hard game. And I think, they've done that the last couple. So I'm hoping they can continue that. Yeah, you're right. The wins aren't important to me, but standing up and playing hard and playing the right way, I think is more important than trying to lose.
Let's play hard tonight. Let's play great tonight, and let's lose by 1 goal in regulation.
Yeah. Well, that's ideally that's what you want the rest of the season. But I do think you need to get some confidence in these guys. So a lot of times confidence comes with winning.
So when it comes to the way they play, the culture that they, the going through the tough times and do you believe as a player that will have any effect on what happens next season? That the way that they play down the stretch this year will either be positive or negative as far as when training camp opens next year and when they drop the puck in October?
You appreciate it so much more. And I've been that. And sometimes it's a quick turnaround. When I was in Pittsburgh, I was a healthy scratch and the team was in 11th place and we were struggling and, we turned it around. And
because they put you in the lineup?
Well, I like to think that. But, you go through those hard times and you start to go, it's not that easy. It's like the kid that comes in and wins a cup, joins a cup winning team and wins as a rookie. The rest of his career, he's thinking, I'm just going to win cups. This is what I'm here to do. And I had a good series or I played well in the playoffs and it's just that easy. Well, it's not. And you don't appreciate it until you go through the hard times and the whoa, this is not going my way. And so I think, you look at these times and you try to build off it, you try to learn from it, and then make sure it never happens again because it sucks.
When it comes to building the team for next year, there's a lot of mixed messages, I feel like. I feel like sometimes I hear things like, hey, this team's trying to compete for next year. This team, you and I talked about this off the air at the game the other night where I told you, I said, look, I think that if the season started tomorrow and they didn't start off 0-5, it'd be a totally different year. Now, that doesn't make an excuse for it, but that's just how I feel. But at the same time, then I hear some things about, hey, you know what? This team's going to try to get younger, and getting younger usually means getting worse, in the short term or the intermediate. And I'm trying to wonder, which direction is this thing going to go? Because there are still veteran players on this team that are still good players. So what do they do here?
Yeah, I think their personnel, it doesn't allow them to rebuild. A true rebuild is you have a goalie that's too good. You don't want to rebuild with a goalie that's going to steal games for you. You have a defense core that if you add a couple pieces could be really good. You have goal scorers. You have complementary pieces in the forwards that I think are going to win you games. And so I think you're past a rebuild. What I think the mixed messages that you're referring to are, how do they do it? Mm-hmm. Are they going to stick with this group and try to develop from within? Are they going to sign free agents? Are they going to try to move guys? They have draft capital. They have cap space. There's a lot of ways they could go with this, but I just think this team is too good between Forsberg, Stamkos, Marchessault, O'Reilly. There's just too many good players. And then you look at the complementary pieces, the penalty killers, like McCarron just got 100 PIMs. You have that toughness in him. You have Colton Sissons, who's reliable. You have all these guys. And now can you put Svechkov, Evangelista, Bellows, all these young guys on D? can they contribute to a winning product? And I think that's where there has to be a balance between trying to go and sign free agents or building from within. And I think that's the mixed messages, because I don't think they know just yet.
So I would tell you this. I do think that, Svechkov's earned a spot for next year. Evangelista, they're going to put back in there. The young guys on defense, whether it's Blankenberg or Barron, or I don't think those guys are a part of the mix long term. I think they probably need to find, and I don't know how much this matters, but I was listening to somebody talk about this the other day, which is, Roman Josi, I think he's a left shot, so they need a right shot with him.
Yeah.
Is that important? Because every year it feels like it's been a revolving door of partners with Roman Josi.
Yeah.
And I think at this point, I would want to bring the Mullendijk kid in there and stick him with Josi, just put him right in there with Josi right away. But they're both right-handed shots. So how do I do this? And Brady Shea's a right-handed shot. So how do I do this where I can
He's a
get
left-handed shot.
Left-handed shots? How important is it that I get a right-handed shot to put with Josi if I want to have a team that's good next year, or at least worth watching next year?
You don't necessarily need a right-handed shot, but you need someone that's comfortable playing on the right. And I think Mullendijk might be a great player, but if you're playing him with Josi, then you're playing Josi minutes against the top lines in the NHL, and that's a tough thing to ask for a young kid. I think you want to be able to protect him a little bit in meaningful games, and so you would have to spot him in. I do think there's a need for, you miss McDonough, you miss guys like that.
Yeah.
You need someone that can play with Josi and play big minutes against top lines, and so and then that trickles down. Then you have Brady Shea. I love Blankenberg. I think he's been great. But does he have the size to play night in, night out in meaningful games in the playoffs? Is that something that they trust him to do? I see him as, a 4, 5, 6 guy, but I don't see him as a 1, 2, 3 guy. And so I think there's got to be pieces that you put in, that someone to play with Brady Shea, someone to play with Roman Josi, and but these guys still have 10 games to prove themselves. They have a summer to train to get better, and then they have a training camp to say, okay, I learned a lot from this experience, and now I'm ready to take the next step, because there's a lot of talent there. It just hasn't been consistent, and it hasn't been good enough consistently to say, I'm all in on you. And that's what they're trying to do.
I'm not going to put you on the spot. Hal Gill's with us. I'm not going to put you on the spot to say, should they fire the coach or not fire the coach? And I don't know if Barry's going to do it or not. But I do wonder, how much would they lose? Because last year, or the beginning of this year, it was like, even Barry Trotz is saying, I thought that the older guys would be able to adjust quicker. Shea, Marchessault, Stamkos. Well, now they've got a whole year playing under this coach and in this system under their belts. If they fire the coach at the end of the year, then aren't they kind of doing the same thing all over again with a new coach next year?
Yeah. Well, I think that's what Barry Trotz has to decipher. And he's a coach. He knows what style is this team built to play. And if it's Bruno's style, or if Bruno can change his style, and he's made adjustments, but is there a belief in his system from the players, and a belief that you can win with the style that Bruno wants to play? I think that's got to be the question, because everyone's got to be bought in. That's the bottom line. I don't care what system it is. You can win with pretty much any system, as long as you get the buy-in from the players and they play it the right way. Now you have to determine which is the right system. What system is going to be? Is it going to be pack it in and play defensively? Can you ask Stamkos to do that, or do you want to, have a neutral zone regroups and swings and attack with speed off the rush? Can you be that kind of team? The Preds have shown that they can play different styles, and at times they've had success, but it hasn't been consistent. And so I think if I'm Barry Trotz, I'm looking at it. What is our consistency? What is our go-to? Who are we? And are we going to be that next year, or do we need to change it?
Which side do you kind of lean on as far as the system with the players they have?
I think there has to be some significant changes, But that's not to say that Bruno can't make those changes.
Right.
I just think it has to be looked at differently. And when you come into training camp, whether it's Bruno or a new coach, the players have to buy on to that. And I think that's going to be the question. And, you talk to the players, you talk to the coach, and you come up with something so that you're all on the same page come training camp, because whatever went on this year didn't work. So there has to be a change. Players coming and buying in to what the system is, or the system changing so that the players believe in something. Belief is huge. You need to have that belief.
Hal Gill, as always, he'll be on the broadcast today. Hal, great stuff. We'll talk soon.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jared. Enjoy the game.
I mean, this was a very
and you know what?
cordial conversation.
We'll work on your lefts and rights.
Yeah, who's a
You
left
need to
shot,
work-
who's a right shot?
Yeah, you need to work on that.
So
a little bit.
hold on. If you're a right shot, that really means you're left-handed, right?
No,
That means you're right-handed.
no.
It means you shoot right.
A lot of times, right shooters. I'll teach you something. A lot of times, right shots can shoot harder because they're right-handed. They have more power in the bottom hand, but you can stick handle. You can hold your stick better if your top hand is on playing left. So,
Were you a left shot or a right shot?
I was a left shot,
Well, they
right
could
hand
use you.
dominant.
They could use you. Hal Gill, great stuff. Stillman Company, 102.5 The Game.
Thanks, Jared.
Predators Game Day is presented by TJ Anderson Homes of Benchmark Realty, online at tjandersonhomes.com. That's my realtor. Get your house seen, heard, and most importantly, sold with my guy, TJ Anderson. Tonight, the Predators host the St. Louis Blues on Jelly Roll Night. That's right. So many people are already here with their Jelly Roll bobblehead dolls. I mean, look, Jelly Roll's a big deal, but I am always kind of like, wow. Just that when I see a Jelly Roll thing and how much people are into it. So, again, kind of saying it'd be better off if the Predators lose just for the draft pick, but enjoy Jelly Roll Night. Max has the pregame show. That's next. Stillman and Company. We'll see everybody tomorrow, too.
The Predators are on the ice in Smashville, back home for a 2-game homestand this weekend, taking on a very familiar opponent. For the third time in 10 days, the Predators face the St. Louis Blues. My name is Max Hers. This is Smashville Tonight, presented by Lee Company. We are in the Jack Daniels Barrel House Bar, as always, behind Section 112 here on the main concourse at Bridgestone Arena. Come by and say hi before, during, and after the game tonight. We'll have a player guest post-game signing autographs for the kids. We will have March Madness on the TVs as well as the Preds return to home ice to try and get one win. They're 0-3 so far this season against the St. Louis Blues, and the Blues are hot. They have won 7 in a row. They are in a playoff spot now in the Western Conference wildcard race. And if the Blues beat the Predators tonight, the Preds would be officially eliminated from playoff contention with 10 games to go. So we will try to avoid that. Let's get started with tonight's Smashville headlines.
It's time for tonight's top stories. This is Smashville Headlines, brought to you by Twin Peaks, home of 29-degree drafts and wall-to-wall sports. On Smashville Tonight, presented by Lee Company. Smashville lives here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
The Predators are coming off what could be considered a big March Madness upset. Fittingly, in Carolina on Tobacco Road on Tuesday night, they beat the Hurricanes 3-1 in Raleigh. UC Saros made a season-high 34 saves in the win. The Preds were outshot heavily 35-16, including 16-2 in the second period. But they beat the Hurricanes, who are just as hot as the Blues are, 3-1. UC Saros was the number one star of the game, turning in a great performance against a high-volume shooting team in the Canes, and he got his 200th NHL win. Saros was asked after the game if he still feels like he's growing his game as he reaches a pretty big career milestone.
No, I still feel like I'm early in my career, even though there's already been a lot of games, but I still feel like I can grow my game, and I'm every day hungry to get better as well.
That's what you like to hear from UC Saros, who is 29 years old. Time is flying, but he continues to play well and grow his game, as he said. Our own Brooks Braden from NashvillePredators.com asked Andrew Brunette about his goalie after the W.
200 wins for Juice. Fair to say it was a classic performance from him as well.
Yeah, you could probably say, yeah, he earned all 200 tonight. So he was great. He's special when he gets in the mode. You can, at least for me, being around him 2 years, you can kind of tell early when he's got it, and he had it all game.
I don't disagree with that. 34 saves and 200 wins for UC Saros on Tuesday night. It was also a milestone night for Luke Evangelista, his long-awaited first multi-goal game of the season. Evangelista was coming off his first three-point performance of the season in the Predators' most recent home game this past weekend on Saturday night against the Maple Leafs. Then he comes out and scores 2 massive goals, the game winner in the second period on a breakaway, and an insurance goal with a tip-in the third period to give their Preds the 3-1 lead. That would hold. Vange is feeling good. It's good to see it. Here's what he had to say this morning about his recent performances.
Yeah, obviously it feels good to, have a positive impact over these last few games. I think, at the same time, it is just a couple games that have strung together here. I want to keep building on it. Can't be, satisfied yet, but yeah, it feels good to, have those impacts. It's been obviously, like I said, it's been tough this year. So to kind of get some momentum and confidence rolling is it's a good feeling, and just try and build off of it.
Evangelista had 2 goals in the win on Tuesday night. That was his third game playing with his new line mates, Philip Forsberg and Ryan O'Reilly. He gives those guys a lot of credit for his points this week.
I mean, those guys they make it easy to play with them. It's great playing with them. Yeah, it feels like, they're so strong on the puck and smart, and it feels like, they don't get the puck in bad spots. You can kind of give them the puck anywhere, and they're going to win battles. They're strong on the puck. They're going to make plays. And I think that's kind of what's been clicking for us. We're, generating some looks in the ozone off the rush, and, winning battles and sustaining some ozone time. So it's been good, and we'll try and keep it rolling.
Luke Evangelista talking about playing with Philip Forsberg and Ryan O'Reilly. Andrew Brunette put that combination together. Here's what Bruno had to say about his top line this week.
Well, he's obviously Phil's, our best offensive player, and in fact, is our best center. So I think he has a really good opportunity. He can think the game really well. I think he's got really good offensive hockey sense and instincts, and he's getting a really good opportunity. And seems to have a little bit more mojo going for him right now. It's been not just him. I think the whole team has had a rough year, but I think he's found a little bit of joy in his game right now, and he's got a little jump in his step, and he scored a really nice goal the other night. And hopefully, I think we're all looking for a good feeling these last 10 games, and hopefully he can maintain where he's at right now.
Evangelista only had 6 goals at this time last week. He's had 3 in the last 3 games, playing with Forsberg and O'Reilly. Penn Station East Coast Subs is a proud partner of the Predators and all about good taste. If the Predators score the first goal of the game tonight against the Blues here at Bridgestone Arena, all fans can receive a free sub with the purchase of a sub tomorrow at all Middle Tennessee Penn Station locations. If the Preds do score first tonight, that offer can be redeemed in-store or online at penn-station.com with the code PREDS, BOGO. penn-station.com with the code PREDS, BOGO for your buy one, get one Penn Station subs. The St. Louis Blues were just here, and the Preds were just in St. Louis, but they're back. 3 games in 10 days between these 2 division rivals who are the closest NHL teams to each other, and the Blues are playing really well right now. They have won 7 in a row. 2 of those 7 consecutive wins are against the Preds. They are 13-2-2 since coming back from the Four Nations face-off break, and they are in control of a playoff spot in the Western Conference. They are currently the second wild card, but just 2 points behind the Wild for the first wild card. The Preds lost to the Blues last Tuesday here at Bridgestone Arena, 4-1. Also lost 4-1 Sunday in St. Louis against the Blues, and the Blues finished up their homestand Tuesday night with a 6-1 drubbing of the Montreal Canadiens. They are playing well. Preds have not beaten the Blues this season. Here's Luke Evangelista talking about tonight's rival.
Well, they've been, they're fighting for their lives. They're trying to make a playoff push, and they've kind of had our number. That's, something we understand coming into this one. So, we want to kind of play spoiler here and kind of end the momentum. Obviously, they've been hot, but just kind of getting to know a team pretty well when you play them this many times, and obviously kind of create that tension, that rivalry a little bit. So, it should be going.
A little bit of spoiler for the Preds tonight, who do need to win this game to avoid being eliminated from playoff contention mathematically. Here's Preds coach Andrew Brunette talking about facing these same Blues again.
Well, I think they're a desperate team. They're playing really hard, and I thought we matched our desperation really good in St. Louis. Didn't love our game here at home, and they're a team playing for their lives, so there's going to have a little bit of they're going to play with a playoff kind of mentality, and I hope we bring it that way the same.
That's Preds coach Andrew Brunette. He was not happy with the effort in the first of these 3 meetings in close timing last week. He was much happier with the effort on the road. Preds were able to match the Blues' desperation and emotion in that game, Brunette thought. Still lost 4-1, but that game was closer down the stretch, and the Preds were able to match the physicality that has permeated throughout the last couple of weeks in this rivalry. Last week here at Bridgestone Arena, we had a couple of hits that teams were not happy with. Michael McCarron had a big hit on Pavel Buchnevich behind the Blues net that got him a 5 and a game for interference. Then Tyler Tucker had an elbow to the head of Luke Evangelista that the Preds thought should have also gotten a 5 and a game. It did not, as Cole Smith stepped in to fight Tucker, who just got a minor on the play. Then Sunday, a couple of incidents as well. Zach LaRue had a fight with Nathan Walker early on in that hockey game. And then towards the end of the game, Blues rookie Zach Bolduc cross-checked Nick Blankenberg in the back about 5 times while Blankenberg was down after trying to make a big hit in open ice on Robert Thomas and making a little bit of contact, but not a ton. Bolduc got a game misconduct for that. He got the maximum fine for cross-checking from the NHL Player Safety Department as well. So we get Act 3 in a 10-day span between the Preds and Blues tonight. Here's Andrew Brunette on that snarl over these last week plus.
Let's just play hard, play in their face. I thought we did a really good job in their building. Didn't get rewarded, and now we're back here. When you play a team 3 times in a week, there's going to be a little rivalry going, a little intensity to the games, and I expect that tonight.
Yeah, a little playoff atmosphere here at Bridgestone Arena tonight as the Predators get ready to host the St. Louis Blues, who have won 7 in a row. Predators have won 2 of their last 3 games, and UC Saros was in goal for both of those wins. He's won 5 of his last 7 starts, and we'll be back there tonight We're expecting UC Saros against Joel Hofer to be our goaltending matchup here in Smashville tonight. If the Preds score a goal in the final 5 minutes of the second period, that is a twice daily golden goal, and all fans can present the offer located on the Twice Daily app to receive a made-to-order sausage biscuit tomorrow at any Middle Tennessee Twice Daily location if the Predators score in the final 5 minutes of the second period tonight. Big crowd already in the house here at Bridgestone Arena and in the Jack Daniels Barrel House. That's because it is the 4th of 5 Music City bobblehead giveaway days. It is Jelly Roll bobblehead night at Bridgestone Arena for the first 10,000 fans. We are expecting Jelly Roll to be in the building at some point tonight. He's been in Smashville a couple of times already this season, and he's gone down to the Preds locker room to say what up to the boys after being in the house for some wins earlier on this season. And we asked the players, what do you call Jelly Roll to his face? And the consensus answer was, you just call him Jelly. A couple of guys went Mr. Roll for the formal. Nobody said Jason, which is his real name. But come get your Jelly Roll bobblehead, fresh with the face tattoos. Nashville's finest. He's the best. Happy to have Jelly Roll in the house tonight. We still have one more bobblehead coming up this season as well. Tuesday night, April 8th, will be Trisha Yearwood bobblehead night. So to get your final giveaway in the Music City bobblehead series. Predators and Blues coming your way in less than 1 hour at Bridgestone Arena, a little bit after 7 o'clock. My name is Max Hers, and you are listening to Smashville Tonight, presented by Lee Company, here on ESPN 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. Predators hosting the St. Louis Blues tonight at Bridgestone Arena. Puck drop coming your way in a little bit over 45 minutes, right after 7 o'clock. As always, the Frosty score with 4 is in effect tonight. If the Preds score 4 or more goals against the Blues, you get a free Frosty at participating Middle Tennessee Wendy's restaurants. If the Preds do score 4 or more goals, that offer it goes live the moment the game ends for the next 24 hours at Wendy's all across Smashville. Tonight's featured conversation is from our Coffee with the Coach segment this morning on 102.5 The Game. Every Thursday at 7:30, a member of the Preds coaching staff joins Robbie and Rex Road for an interview. This morning, it was Preds assistant coach Todd Richards.
And welcome in Predators assistant coach Todd Richards. Todd, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Good to be here.
I missed you guys last time, so I remembered this morning. So it's good to be in talking with you guys again.
Well, it's good to have you with us. We appreciate your time as always. So Todd, this will be the third time you see in St. Louis and a little bit over the week, kind of a unique scheduling quirk there. So it's been a lot of physicality in the previous two matchups. How much do you expect that to kind of carry over tonight? And what do you make of kind of the weird scheduling here of seeing them 3 times in a 10-day span?
Well, it's a little bit like a playoff series, yeah. And I'm just talking about when you start playing, that many games in a short amount of time, and there might be a play, there might be a game, there might be a couple games where the intensity amps up a little bit, and you get some of that. But I think the way the game went in St. Louis, they've beaten us, I think twice now, 2 out of the 3 games, I think both by 4-1 scores. So, we've come out on the wrong side of it. So that's a motivation right there. But I think the physicality and the way the game went in St. Louis is another reason for having this game be a little bit more intense.
So Todd, a guy who, excuse me, really showing some flashes lately. I know, it's been a tough season. It's been a tough season for a lot of guys, but Luke Evangelista, where do you think he is right now? And I guess how important is it to have a strong finish for him?
Well, it's important for everybody, and individually and collectively. That's what we're striving for, something that you can build on and start preparing and getting ready for the next year, something to feel good about over the summer. And there's been some good moments and some good things, but there's been some things that you certainly want to erase, or things that you have to deal with, so we can get us to that point. But Luke's trending, and I guess that's what you want, trending in the right direction. So he's starting to get those opportunities. He's starting to get some of the results, which obviously makes it a little bit easier to play the game, because when you're an offensive player and you're counted on offensively, if you aren't able to produce, it weighs on you, and it makes things much harder. And the one thing about sports and anything is trying to work your way through the times when things aren't going your way. It's easy to play the game, easy to prepare, easy to come to the rink, easy to play when things are going right, but it's when things aren't going right. And a lot of times for young players, you'll see that you'll see the ups and downs of a season, or maybe game to game, just with that. But it's identifying it, it's being able to deal with it, and then correct certain things so you can get back. And we always try to say, you're going to have a couple dips here and there, but you don't want the dips to be too far down and for too long, where you're looking for more of the highs. So he's trending, like some of our other young guys too. So that's a good thing. But I still think we need to get a little bit more down this stretch, and again, having a good feeling going into the off season.
So Todd, it's obviously been a challenging year on defense with, Lausanne being out as long as he has, recently Yossi being out, and you've got the opportunity to see some young guys step into those roles. So as you look at guys like specifically Stasny and Barron and the way that they've played, what do you make of the progress that they're making and where things kind of, currently stand with your young decor here?
Well, let's start with Stastny first. He missed a good part of the season this year, and it's always tough to catch. I think there are certain moments that if you miss them as a player, I'm not even talking a young player. If you're a player and you miss, all of training camp, and you miss some significant time in the middle of the season, or even down the stretch, it's hard to catch up. It's basically a moving vehicle, and you're trying to jump in on the run, and it's hard to catch up. Now, the thing about Stas is I think we know his game. I think he knows his game. We've seen flashes here and there of the exceptional skater that he is. Being able to close on guys, being able to create. I'm not going to say stick handle round guys, but he can create with his legs just by beating guys up the ice. So again, we talked about Luke just kind of trending, and we've seen some good things from Spencer. Since he's been up. I think his first recall when he was here, I think there was a bit of a struggle, and I think that really came down to him just missing that time. I think playing down in Milwaukee, it allowed him to get his game in order. a little bit more. And on the second call up, he's certainly been better. As far as Barron goes, I think he's probably taken the biggest strides since we've had him, and kind of this last month and a half. He's a pretty big kid, pretty strong kid. He's a good skater. He's got great offensive instincts. And, the one thing that we asked him to work on was just his defensive game. And, it's not just the physicality, which he has certainly improved on, just his battles in the corners, his battles around the net, but in just using his stick and positionally. I think you're going to see him always kind of create in the offensive zone. He's got a pretty good shot, uses his legs really well as far as getting up. I think he had a couple opportunities in Carolina, just didn't execute off the rush. One was shorthanded, but that's what he can bring. And we're happy to see the steps that he's made so far. We still want him to obviously take more steps as we conclude this season, which again will hopefully lead him into a good feeling, and getting ready for next year. But very coachable, since we got him, as far as trying to give him some direction, and he's been working at it. You're seeing the results on the ice.
So Todd, how much right now for you guys collectively is just about, hey, you got a chance to mess some other people up, or is it purely about, let's finish strong, be pros and all that?
Well, it's I think both. I think you're always looking for motivations. You're always looking for motivations as a coach, to try to sell certain things. And I think always as a player, you're always looking for things to grab onto, looking for certain motivations, when you're in this position. We certainly aren't happy, and, everybody is different. And I'm talking about players and how they prepare and how they get ready. But, you're always looking for different ways to get the team to play. So we've certainly talked about St. Louis, and I think that's one thing about playing these games, 3 games within a week. It does have a little bit of a playoff feel to it. We know where they're at. We know what they're fighting for. It's a divisional rival, and we would certainly like to do nothing more than make it a little bit harder on them.
Todd, I thought Saros was outstanding the other night against Carolina. I thought he was really good against Toronto as well. What do you make of kind of the way that he's trending and the way that he's playing down the stretch here?
You're 100% right. Like he was, there's Carolina. That's one building I was going into. I don't like going into that building. Just the way that they play there, and I thought we played a pretty good game defensively, but there were some key breakdowns, and there were some moments right around our net, and it looked like the juice of old, where it looks like it's a play right around the net, and just how quickly he's able to get across and really smother the puck. It's almost like it's not that big of a chance. So he's been good, and again, you're looking at Luke, and it's no different with a great professional like Saros. He's a veteran guy that's been around, but for him too, he's pushing hard at the end of the season. You can see that. Again, just trying to get that good feeling and getting things back that you can build on, both mentally and physically, over the summer, that will, hopefully lead into a good start for us next year.
Well, Todd, great stuff, man. Really appreciate your time today. Good luck tonight against St. Louis, and we'll see you at the rink here in a little bit.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
That is Predators assistant coach Todd Richards on Robbie and Rex Road this morning here on 102.5 The Game. Predators hosting the St. Louis Blues tonight. If a Preds player scores a hat trick, so do you with the Hattie B's Hot Chicken Hat Trick. Following any Hattie this season in any Preds game at home or on the road, download the Hattie B's app on your phone and present the app the following day at any Hattie B's Nashville location to get a complimentary hat trick of hot chicken tenders at any spice level. The Hattie B's Hot Chicken Hat Trick, only in Smashville. Let's keep it going. Predators and St. Louis Blues coming your way in about 40 minutes after 7 o'clock here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. We'll talk to Chris Mason next. Him and I will be cartoons next week on News Channel 5 for the Predators' animated adventure for kids Tuesday night at 6 o'clock during the game against the Blue Jackets. We'll talk about that and some real hockey before 2 of Mace's former teams face off coming up next. Predators hosting the Blues here on Smashville tonight, presented by Lee Company on ESPN 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. The Predators are back home, and it is a dual citizen duel against the St. Louis Blues as two of Chris Mason's former teams square off. So it gives us a great excuse to bring in a proud American, local guy, to have an animated conversation with former Preds goalie Chris Mason.
Well, thanks, Max. I appreciate it. And yes, I am a true patriot now. And going to be a good tilt. We've seen the Blues a lot lately. They're obviously on a mission right now. They're playing very good hockey. I thought the Predators in their last game in St. Louis had a decent game. But I think the issue with when they played the Blues lately is that they've been giving up too many odd man situations, too many big breakdowns. The power play has been a lot better as of late. So hopefully with that, looks like UC Saros will be starting tonight. He's in the starter's crease here in practice. So just got to keep going and just can't give up those big chances that they did the last couple games against St. Louis.
We've had the rough stuff against them too. 3 games in 10 days, concluding tonight. We had the 2 big hits, Michael McCarron on Alexei Toropchenko last week, Tyler Tucker elbowing Luke Evangelista in the head. Then in St. Louis on Sunday,